Hello there. I just got back from chopping this wood outside. I was out there with my axe, not my hatchet, but my axe, and I was chopping this wood. And then you all showed up. Great. I'll put the wood down. Welcome to my tent here. Thank you. Let me take my hat off. All right. Welcome in. Hopefully, hopefully everything's good. Let me close the tent. All right, tent's closed, so the can't hear the birds and the water outside anymore. Nice logs. Thank you. Thank you. I just cut those logs outside. We are up north right now camping. We are just hanging out for the weekend. Thank you for joining me. I thought I'd get here before you, but you beat me here. So, welcome in everybody. We're camping today. We are camping to raise money and awareness for the NCA, which is the National Children's Alliance. They are really big in helping children during traumatic experiences with child advocacy centers. These centers provide a place for kids to come to, and then they have to, when they go through bad times and bad experiences, they have to tell their traumatic experience. And these centers give them a place to tell it to one person, and then that person in these centers will advocate for them in the future, so they don't have to tell these stories over and over to different police officers, different lawyers, all sorts of stuff, and they can get right into dealing whatever therapy they need or whatever housing situation they need. But they're just a way to advocate for children during traumatic experiences so that the kids don't have to do it for themselves. But that's why I'm camping. I just want to make sure that kids have options, and especially during hard times. And while we're up here, I thought we'd read a book, if that's okay with everyone. I've decided Hatchet is what we're going to read here. Here it is, Hatchet. Right now, we're just out here in the woods, totally outside, totally camping right now. I've been camping all weekend, totally. And so I've been waiting to read this till today. We're gonna go chapter by chapter, and we're gonna read the book. Let me know if everything sounds good. So as you see, we got some camping supplies here. I got my sleeping bag. If you're on TikTok, you can't see everything, but I have my life vest and I have my oar paddle because I was out on the lake. I was out there fishing. I ate the fish earlier, so I don't have them. Let's see. We have my sleeping bag here. Every night I roll it up, so that's why it's rolled up. I rolled it up this morning after I woke up, and so my sleeping bag. I got my hat here that I was protecting me from some rain. The weather's not super great today, so we'll see if we can manage to deal through the rain and storms. That being said, we're going to get to the book. It is Hatchet by Gary Paulson. I read this a lot when I was a child. Oh, sounds like I read it when I was a little kid. I read it when I was like a preteen. I think we had to read it in school, and I really liked it. Gary Paulson is the author. This is the 30th anniversary edition. I'm gonna read the foreword by Gary Paulson as well because I think it's fitting and I think it's pretty straightforward and will kind of give us an idea of how this is gonna go. So, let me know again if the audio sounds crazy or different, or bad. I mean, but I'm just gonna do my best. So here we are. Gary Paulson's Hatchet. From the desk of Gary Paulson. Hatchet came from the darkest place of my childhood. I don't think I ever realized that before, but now as we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the book's publication, it's what I see the most clearly. The three most important parts of my life, reading, the woods, and writing, came together in Hatchet. And maybe that's why Brian and his story have lasted all these years and have found so many readers. I never did well in school. My parents were, to put it gently, a mess. I didn't have probably any friends, and I was lost and alone and miserable. I knew almost total isolation as a young person. The first escape I ever found was reading books in the basement of our apartment building behind the furnace, where no one could find me. There we go. I could lose myself in books and forgot that screaming and fighting and drinking in my kitchen. The hours which passed slowly and painfully in class sped by. I found interesting people in the pages of books in a way I never managed to in real life. Reading took me away from where I was and opened up a whole new world for me. I felt safe, I felt free. I learned things reading novels that had totally escaped me in class. I taught myself history and I studied character and I absorbed story all by myself in the basement. The words on the page were no longer the inscrutable code I thought they were in school. Books and reading were my best teachers, and once I lost myself in their pages, I became a good student for the first time in my life. When things with my folks got worse, and they always got worse, and the screaming got loud enough to hear down behind the furnace, and I had no one to turn to and nowhere else to go, I slipped into the woods near where I lived. I walked 4 blocks over and 1 down and crossed the 8th Street Bridge and fade into the woods so vast that they ran all they ran all up the Hudson Bay. The woods were the first place I knew I belonged, where I was capable and I felt content. The wilderness was my sanctuary, the only place I had ever fit in, and instinctively understood the next step to take. I could figure things out, walk here, avoid that, eat this, bring that, in a way that never made sense anywhere else. On my own, under the trees, or on the lake, or next to the river, I was protected and as far from danger as I'd ever been. In the wilderness, I was at ease. I learned the rules, and I not only survived, I thrived. The woods and the books are the only reason I got through my childhood in one piece. And then, years later, when I was an adult, I found the third part of my life that came to me with an ease, a clarity that had lacked in virtually every other area of my living. I started writing. The need to write hit me like a brick. I had a career and a family and a house and a retirement plan. I did all the things that responsible grown-ups do until suddenly, irrevocably, I knew I had to write. I couldn't not write. I stood up in an instant and walked away from my job as an aerospace engineer and headed to Los Angeles to find writers who would teach me what to do. I edited a grubby men's magazine, and every night I slaved over short stories and articles for 2 editors who ripped me to shreds every morning. They didn't leave a single sentence unscathed, but they taught me to write clean and fast, and the dance with words gave me joy and a purpose I had been looking for my entire life. So for me, Hatchet is where the 3 things that save me: isolation and the escape of reading, the lessons that only the woods could teach, and the joy of dancing with words came together. Everything I am and everything I will ever be and everything I will leave behind is because I have loved reading and the woods and writing. Hatchet might have come from a dark place, but for 30 years now, the book and the relationship it allowed me to have with young readers and teachers and librarians and booksellers has been one of the brightest spots in my existence. Thank you, my friends, for joining me on this journey. I am grateful to everyone who had ever handed this book to a young person, and to every reader who has ever wrote to me to tell me that Brian and the secret and his survival meant to them. So let's keep this thing rolling. I'll keep writing if you keep reading. Brian might have more to say. I know I have more to write. Being your partner on this adventure has been one of the greatest thrills of my life. Your friend, Gary Paulson, White Plains, New Mexico, 2017. Gary Paulson. All right, that was the intro. So we're going to start with the first picture, Hatchet. There's a lot of little pictures in this book. See if we can get a lot of light going on. And so that's where we're going to start, which is pretty cool. I thought that was a pretty good little intro there, short and sweet. As you can see, some people can see, Edna has joined us right here. It's kind of off to the side a little bit. You can't see her face right now, but Edna's here. All right. Yeah, Edna came camping with me. She came up north, and We're doing good. She's doing good. She likes it out here. She likes it in the wild. There she is. All right. Chapter 1 of Hatchet. Chapter 1. Here we go. Brian Robeson stared out of the window of the small plane at the endless green northern wilderness below. It was a small plane, a Cessna 406, a bush plane, and the engine was so loud, so roaring and consuming and loud that it ruined any chance for conversation. Not that he had much to say. He was 13, and the only passenger on the plane was a pilot named, what was it? Jim or Jake or something, who was in his mid-40s and who had been silent as he worked to prepare for takeoff. In fact, since Brian had come to the small airport in Hampton, New York, to meet the plane driven by his mother, the pilot had spoken only 5 words to him. Get in the co-pilot seat. Which Brian had done. They had taken off, and that was the last of the conversation. There had been an initial excitement, of course. He had never flown in a single engine plane before and had to be sitting in the co-pilot seat with all the controls right there in front of him, all the instrument in his face as the plane clawed for altitude, jerking and sliding in the wind currents as the plane took off, had been interesting and exciting. But in 5 minutes, they had leveled off at 6,000 feet and headed northwest, and from then on, the pilot had been silent, staring out the front, and the drone of the engine had been all that was left. The drone and the sea of green trees that lay before the plane's nose and flowed to the horizon, spread with lakes, swamps, and wandering streams and rivers. Now Brian sat looking out the window, with the roar of thundering through his ears, and tried to catalog what had led up to taking this flight. The thinking started. Always it started with a single word: divorce. It was an ugly word, he thought. A tearing, ugly word that meant fights and yelling, lawyers. God, he thought, how he hated lawyers, who sat with their comfortable smiles and tried to explain to him in legal terms how all that he lived was coming apart, and the breaking and the shattering of solid things. His home, his life, all the solid things. Divorce, a breaking word, an ugly breaking word. Divorce, secret. No, not secret so much just the secret. What he knew and had not told anybody. What he knew about his mother that had caused the divorce. What he knew, the secret. Divorce, the secret. Brian felt his eyes beginning to burn and knew there would be tears. He had cried for a time, but that was gone now. He didn't cry now. Instead, his eyes burned and tears came, the seeping tears that burned, but he didn't cry. He wiped his eyes with a finger and looked at the pilot out of the corner of his eye to make sure he hadn't noticed the burning and tears. The pilot sat large, his hands lightly on the wheel, feet on the rudder pedals, and seemed more of a machine than a man, an extension of the plane. On the dashboard in front of him, Brian saw dials, switches, meters, knobs, levers, cranks, lights, handles that were wiggling and flickering, all indicating nothing that he understood, and the pilot seemed the same way. Part of the plane, not human. When he saw Brian look up at him, the pilot seemed to open up a bit, and he smiled. Ever fly in the co-pilot seat before? He leaned over and lifted the headset off of his right ear and put it on his temple, yelling to overcome the sound of the engine. Brian shook his head. He had never been in any kind of plane. Never seen the cockpit of a plane except in films or on television. It was loud and confusing. First time. It's not as complicated as it looks. Good plane like this almost flies itself, the pilot shrugged. Makes my job easy. He took Brian's left arm. Here, put your hands on the controls, your feet on the rudder pedals, and I'll show you what I mean. Brian shook his head. I'd better not. Sure, try it. Brian reached out and took the wheel in a grip so tight his knuckles were white. He pushed his feet down on the pedals. The plane slewed suddenly to the right. Not so hard. Take her light. Take her light. Brian eased off, relaxed his grip a little bit. The burning in his eyes was forgotten momentarily as the vibration of the plane came through the wheel and the pedals. It seemed almost alive. See? The pilot let go of the wheel, raised his hands in the air, and took his feet off the pedals to show Brian he was actually flying the plane alone. Simple. Now turn the wheel a little to the right and push the rudder pedal a small amount. Brian turned the wheel slightly and the plane immediately banked to the right. And when he pressed the rudder pedal, the nose slid across the horizon to the right. He left on the pressure. He left off on the pressure and straightened the wheel, and the plane righted itself. Now you can turn. Bring her back to the left a little. Brian turned the wheel, pushed on the left pedal of the plane, came back around easy. Then came back around. It's easy, he smiled. At least this part. The pilot nodded. All of flying is easy. It just takes learning. Like everything else. He took the controls back and reached up and rubbed his left shoulder. Aches and pains must be getting old. Brian let go of the controls and moved his feet back away from the pedals as the pilot put his hands back on the wheel. Thank you, but the pilot had put his headset back on, and the gratitude was lost in the engine noise, and things went back to Brian looking out the window at the ocean of trees and lake. Here's a picture of the headset. Ooh, sorry. There you go. Ooh, there's the headset up top. The burning eyes did not come back, but memories did. Came flooding back. The words. Always the words. Divorce. The secret. Flight. Split. The big split. Brian's father did not understand as Brian did. Knew only that Brian's mother wanted to break the marriage apart. The split had come, and then the divorce also fast, and the court had left him with his mother except for the summers and what the judge called visitation rights. So formal. Brian hated judges as he hated lawyers. Judges that leaned over the bench and asked Brian if he understood where he was to live and why. Judges who did not know what had really happened. Judges with the caring look that meant nothing as lawyers said legal phrases that meant nothing. In the summer, Brian would live with his father. In the school year, with his mother. Oh, sorry, I bumped the mic. Try to lift my leg up to get comfy. That's what the judge said after looking at the papers on his desk and listening to the lawyers talk, words. Now the plane lurched suddenly to the right, and Brian looked at the pilot. He was rubbing his shoulder again, and there was a sudden smell of body gas in the plane. Brian turned back to avoid embarrassing the pilot, who was obviously in some discomfort, must have stomach trouble. So this summer, the first summer when he was allowed to have visitation rights with his father, with the divorce only 1 month old, Brian was heading north. His father was a mechanical engineer who had designed or invented a new drill bit for oil drilling, a self-cleaning, self-sharpening bit. He was working in the oil fields in Canada, up to the tree line where the tundra started and the forest ended. Brian was riding up from New York with some drilling equipment. It was lashed down to the rear of the plane next to the fabric bag the pilot had called a survival pack, which had emergency supplies in case they had to make an emergency landing. They had to be specifically made in the city, riding in the bush plane with the co-pilot named Jim or Jake or something, who had turned out to be an all right guy, letting him to fly and all. Except for the smell. Now there was a constant odor, and Brian took another look at the pilot, found him rubbing his shoulder down the arm now. Down the left arm. Oop, wrong arm. So he's rubbing his shoulder down the left arm, letting go of more gas and wincing. Probably something he ate, Brian thought. His mother had driven him from the city to meet the plane at Hampton, where it came to pick up the drilling equipment. A drive in silence. A long drive in silence. 2.5 hours of sitting in the car, staring out the window, just as he was now staring out the window of the plane. Once after an hour, when they were out of the city, she turned to him. Look, can we talk over this? Or, my bad. Look, can we talk this over? Can't we talk this out? Can't you tell me what's bothering you? And there were the words again. Divorce, split, the secret. How could he tell her what he knew? So he had remained silent, shook his head, and continued to stare unseeing into the countryside. And his mother had gone back to driving, only to speak to him one more time when they were close to the Hampton. She reached over the back of the seat and brought up a paper sack. I got something for you for the trip. Brian took the sack and opened the top. Inside there was a hatchet, the kind with a steel handle and a rubber hand grip. The head was a stout leather. The head was a stout leather case that had a brass riveted belt loop. It goes on your belt. His mother spoke now without looking at him. There were some farm trucks on the road now, and she had to weave through them and watch traffic. The man at the store said you could use it, in the woods with your father. Here's the picture of the hatchet. There it is, the hatchet. See the hatchet? All right. Dad, he thought. Not my father. My dad. Thanks. It's really nice. But the word sounded hollow even to Brian. Try it on. See how it looks on your belt. And he would normally have said no. That it looked too hokey to have a hatchet on your belt. Those were the normal things he would say. But her voice was thin, and had a sound like something thin that would break if you touched it. And he felt bad for not speaking to her, knowing what he knew. Even with the anger, the hot white hate of his anger at her, he still felt bad for not speaking to her. And so to humor her, he loosened his belt and pulled the right side out and put the hatchet on the put the hatchet on and rethreaded the belt. Scooch around and see so I can see. He moved around in the seat, feeling only slightly ridiculous. She nodded, just like my little scout. And there was the tenderness in her voice that she had when he was small. The tenderness that she had when he was small and sick with a cold, and he put her hands on his forehead, and the burning came into his eyes again, and he had to turn away from her and looked out the window, forgotten the hatchet on his belt, and so arrived at the plane with the hatchet still on his belt. Because it was a bush flight from a small airport, there had been no security, and the plane had been waiting with the engine running. I don't know how police made it all the way up here in the woods. Weird. Anyways. With the engine running when he arrived, and he had grabbed his suitcase and pack and run for the plane without stopping to remove the hatchet. So it was still on his belt. At first he had been embarrassed, but the pilot had said nothing about it, and Brian forgot it as they took off and began to fly. More smell now. Bad. Brian turned again to glance at the pilot, who had both hands on his stomach and was grimacing in pain, reaching for the left shoulder again as Brian watched. I don't know, kid. The pilot's words were in a hiss, barely audible. Bad aches here, bad aches. Thought it was something I ate, but... He stopped as a fresh spasm hit him. Spasm of pain hit him. Even Brian could see how bad it was. The pain drove the pilot back into the seat, back and down. I've never had anything like this. The pilot reached for the switch on his mic cord, his hands coming up in the small arc from his stomach, and he flipped the switch and said, "This is flight 46." And now a jolt took him like a hammer blow, so forcefully that he seemed to crush back into the seat, and Brian reached for him, could not understand at first what it was, could not know. And then he knew. Brian knew. The pilot's mouth went rigid. He swore and jerked a short series of slams into the seat, holding his shoulder now. Swore and hissed, "Chest! Oh my God, my chest is coming apart!" Brian knew now. The pilot was having a heart attack. Brian had been in the shopping mall with his mother when a man in front of Paisley's store had suffered a heart attack. He had gone down and screamed about his chest. The old man, much older than the pilot. Brian knew. The pilot was having a heart attack, and even as the knowledge came to Brian, he saw the pilot slam into the seat one more time. One more awful time, he slammed back into the seat. His right leg jerked, pulling the plane to the side in a sudden twist, and his head fell forward and spit came out. Spit came out of the corners of his mouth, and his legs contracted up into the seat, and his eyes rolled back into his head until there was only white. Only white for his eyes, and the smell became worse, filled the cockpit, and all of it was so fast, so incredibly fast that Brian's mind could not take it at first. Could only see it in stages. The pilot had been talking just a moment ago, complaining of the pain. He had been talking. The jolts had come. The jolts that took the pilot back had come. And now Brian sat there with a strange feeling of silence in the thrumming roar of the engine. A strange feeling of silence and being alone. Brian was stopped. He was stopped. Inside, he was stopped. He could not think past what he saw, what he felt. All was stopped. The very core of him, the very center of Brian Robeson, was stopped and stricken with a white flash of horror. A terror so intense that his breathing, his thinking, and nearly his heart had stopped. Stopped. Seconds passed, seconds that became all of his life, and he began to know what he was seeing, began to understand what he saw, and that was worse, so much worse that he wanted to make his mind freeze again. He was sitting in a bush plane, roaring 7,000 feet above the northern wilderness with a pilot who had suffered a massive heart attack, who was either dead or in something close to a coma. He was alone in a roaring plane with no pilot. He was alone. That's the end of chapter 1. Okay, let me start over. Chapter 2. For a time that he could not understand, Brian could do nothing. Even after his mind began working and he could see what had happened, he could do nothing. It was as if his hands and arms were lead. Then he looked for ways for it not to have happened. I like that. Then he looked for ways for it not to have happened. Be asleep. His mind screamed at the pilot, "Just be asleep, and your eyes will open now, and your hands will take controls, and your feet will move the pedals." But it didn't happen. The pilot did not move, except that his head rolled and his neck on a neck impossibly loose as the plane hit a small bit of turbulence. Somehow the plane was still flying. Seconds had passed, nearly a minute, and the plane flew on as if nothing had happened, and he had to do something. He had to do something, but did not know what. Help. He had to help. He stretched one hand towards the pilot, saw that his fingers were trembling, and touched the pilot on the chest. He did not know what to do. He knew there were procedures that you could do mouth to mouth on victims of heart attacks and push their chests, CPR. But he did not know how to do any of it. And in any case, could not do it with the pilot who was sitting up in a seat and still strapped in with his seatbelt. So he touched the pilot with the tips of his fingers, touched him on the chest, and could feel nothing. No heartbeat, no rise, no fall of breathing, which meant that the pilot was most certainly dead. Please, Brian said, but did not know what or who to ask. Please. The plane lurched again, hit more turbulence, and Brian felt the nose drop. It did not dive, but the nose went down slightly, and the down angle increased the speed, and he knew that at this angle, this slight down angle, he would ultimately fly into the trees. He could see them ahead on the horizon, where before he could only see sky. He had to fly it somehow. He had to fly the plane. He had to help himself. The pilot was gone. Beyond anything he could do, he had to try to fly the plane. He turned back in the seat, facing the front, and put his hands, still trembling, on the control wheel. Whew. His feet gently on the rudder pedals. You pulled back on the stick to raise the plane? He knew that from reading. You always pull back on the wheel. He gave it a tug, and it slid back toward him easily. Too easily. The plane, with the increased speed from the down tilt, swooped eagerly up and drove Brian's stomach down. He pushed the wheel back in, went too far this time, and the plane's nose went to the horizon and the engine sped across with a shallow dive. Too much. He pulled back again, more gently this time, and the nose floated up again. Too far, but not as violently as before, and then down a bit too much, and up again very easily, and the front of the engine cowling settled. When he had it aimed at the horizon and seemed to be steady, he held the wheel where it was, let out a breath, which he had been holding all this time, and tried to think, what do I do next? It was clear. No, sorry. It was a clear blue sky. Oh, I had no. It was a clear blue sky. Let me lower my book so you can see her on TikTok. There we go. It was a clear blue sky. Day with fluffy bits of clouds here and there, and he looked out the window for a moment, hoping to see something, a town or village, but there was nothing. Just the green of trees, endless green, the lakes scattered more and more thickly as the plane flew. Where? Right? Whew. All right, Brian. He was flying, but did not know where. He had no idea where he was going. He looked at the dashboard of the plane, studied the dials, and hoped to get help somehow. Hoped to find a compass, but it was also confusing, a jumbling of numbers and lights. One lighted display at the top center of the dashboard said the number 342. Another next to it said 22. Down beneath that, there were dials with lines that seemed to indicate what the winds were doing, tipping or moving, and one dial with a needle pointing to the number 70, which he thought only thought might be the altimeter. The device that told him his height was above ground, that's altimeter, or above sea level. Somewhere he had read something about altimeters, but he couldn't remember what or where or anything about them. So here's a picture of the altimeter. It's hard to read, so you can understand. Brian's having a hard time. Slightly to the left and below the altimeter, he saw a small rectangular panel with a lightened dial and two knobs. His eyes had passed over it 2 or 3 times before he saw what was written in tiny letters on top of the panel. Transmitter 221. Transmitter 221 was stamped in the metal, and it hit him, finally, that this was the radio. The radio, of course. He had to use the radio. When the pilot had been hit that way, he couldn't bring himself to say the pilot was dead. Couldn't think of it. He had been trying to use the radio. Brian looked to the pilot. His headset was still on his head, turned sideways a bit from his jamming back into the seat, and the microphone switch was clipped into his belt. Brian had to get the headset from the pilot. Had to reach over him and get the headset from the pilot, or he would not be able to use the radio to call for help. He had to reach over. His hands began to tremble again. He did not want to touch the pilot. He did not want to reach for him, but he had to. He had to get the radio. He lifted his hands from the wheel just slightly and held them, waiting to see what would happen. The plane flew on normally. Smooth. All right, he thought, now to do this thing. He turned and reached for the headset, slid it from the pilot's head, one eye on the pilot, one eye on the plane, waiting for it to dive. The headset came easily, but the microphone switch at the pilot's belt was jammed in, and he had to pull to get it loose. When he pulled, his elbow bumped the wheel and pushed it in, and the plane started down into a shallow dive. Brian grabbed the wheel and pulled it back too hard again, and the plane went through another series of stomach-wrenching swoops up and down before he can get it under control. All right. When things had settled again, he pulled at the mic cord once more, and at last jerked the cord free. It took him another second or two to place the headset on his own head and position the small microphone tube in front of his mouth. He had seen the pilot use it, had seen him depress it with the switch at his belt. So Brian pushed the switch and blew into the mic. He heard the sound of his breath in the headset. Hello? Is there anybody listening in this? Hello? He repeated it two or three times and then waited, but heard nothing except his own breathing. Panic came then. He had been afraid. He had been stopped with terror of what was happening. But now panic came, and he began to scream into the microphone and scream over and over. Help! Somebody help me! I'm in this plane and I don't know. And he started crying with the screams, crying and slamming his hands against the wheel of the plane, causing it to jerk down, then back up. But again, he heard nothing but the sound of his own sobs in the microphone, his own screams mocking him, coming back into his ear. The microphone. Awareness cut into him. He had used a CB radio in his uncle's pickup one. You had to turn the mic switch off to hear anyone out. He reached to his belt and released the switch. For a second, all he heard was of the empty airwaves. Then, through the noise and static, he heard a voice. Whoever is calling on this radio net, I repeat, release your mic switch. You are covering me. Over. It stopped and Brian hit his mic switch. I hear you. It's me. He released his switch. Roger, I have you now. The voice was very faint and breaking up. Please state your difficulty of the location and say over to signal end of transmission. Over. Please state my difficulty, Brian thought. God, my difficulty? I am in a plane with a pilot. I am in a plane with a pilot who has had a heart attack or something. He can't fly. And I don't know how to fly. Help me. Help. He turned his mic off without ending the transmission properly. There was a moment's hesitation before the answer. Your signal is breaking up. I lost most of it. Understand. Pilot, you can't fly. Correct? Over? Brian could barely hear him now. Heard mostly noise, the static. That's right, I can't fly. The plane is flying now, but I don't know how much longer. Over. Lost signal. Your plane. Flight number. Location. Burp. I don't know my flight number or location. I don't know anything. I told you that. Over. He waited now. Waited, but there was nothing. Once for a second he thought he heard a break in the noise, some part of a word, but it could have been static. 2 minutes, 3, 10 minutes. The plane roared, and Brian listened but heard no one. Then he hit the switch again. I don't know the flight number. My name is Brian Robeson, and we left Hampton, New York, headed for the Canadian oil fields to visit my father, and I do not know how to fly an airplane. And the pilot, he let go of the mic. His voice starting to rattle, and he felt as if he might start screaming at any second. He took a deep breath. If there is anybody listening who can help me fly a plane, please answer. Again, he released the mic, but heard nothing but the hissing of the noise of the head in the headset. After an hour of listening and repeating the cry for help, he tore the headset off in frustration and threw it on the floor. It all seemed so hopeless. Even if he did get somebody, what could anybody do? Tell him to be careful? Also hopeless. He tried to figure out the dials again. He thought he might know which was speed. It was a lightened number that had read 160. But he didn't know if that was actual miles an hour or kilometers, or if it just meant how fast the plane was moving through the air and not over the ground. He knew airspeed was different from ground speed, but not by how much. Boy. Parts of books he'd read about flying came to him, how wings worked, how propellers pulled planes and through the sky, simple things that wouldn't help him now. Nothing could help him now. An hour passed. He picked up the headset and tried again. It was, he knew, in the end, all he had. But there was no answer. He felt like a prisoner, kept in a small cell that was hurtling through the sky at what he thought to be 160 miles an hour, headed, he didn't know where, just headed somewhere until there it was. Until what? Until he ran out of fuel. When the plane ran out of fuel, it would go down. Period. Or he could pull the throttle out and make it go down now. He had seen the pilot push the throttle in to increase speed. If he pulled the throttle back out, the engine would slow down and the plane would go down. Those were his choices. He could wait for the plane to run out of gas and fall, or he could push the throttle in and make it happen sooner. Oof. If he waited for the plane to run out of fuel, he would go further. But he did not know which way he was moving. When the pilot had jerked, he had moved the plane, but Brian could not remember how much of it had come back to its original course. Since he did not know the original course anyway, he could only guess at which display might be the compass, the one reading 342. He did not know where he had been or where he was going, so it did not make much difference if he went down now or if he waited. Logical. Everything in him rebelled against stopping the engine and falling now. He had a vague feeling that he was wrong to keep heading as the plane was heading, a feeling that he might be going off in the wrong direction, but he could not bring himself to stop the engine and fall. Now he was safe, or safer than if he went down. The plane was flying. He was still breathing. When the engine stopped, he would go down. So he left the plane running, holding altitude, and kept trying the radio. He worked out a system. Every 10 minutes, by the small clock built into the dashboard, he tried the radio for a simple message. I need help. Is there anybody listening to me? In the times between transmissions, he tried to prepare himself for what he knew was coming. When he ran out of fuel, the plane would start to go down. He guessed that without the propeller pulling, he would have to push the nose down to keep flying. But he thought he may have read somewhere, or it just came to him. Maybe he read that somewhere, or it just came to him. Either way, it made sense. He would have to push the nose down to keep flying speed, and then just before he hit, he would have to pull the nose back up so the plane, slow the plane as much as possible. It all made sense. Glide down, then slow the plane and hit. He would have to find a clearing as he went down. The problem was that he hadn't seen one clearing since they started flying over the forest. Some swamps, but they had trees scattering through them. No roads, no trails, no clearings. Just lakes. And it came to him that he would have to use a lake for landing. If he went down in the trees, he was certain to die. The trees would tear the plane to pieces as it went into them. He would have to come down in a lake. No. On the edge of a lake. He would have to come down near the edge of a lake and try to slow the plane as much as possible just before he hit the water. Easy to say, he thought. Hard to do. Easy say, hard do. Easy say, hard do. It became a chant that beat with the engine. Easy say, hard do. Impossible to do. He repeated the radio call 17 times at 10-minute intervals, working on what he would do between transmissions. Once more, he reached over to the pilot and touched him on the face, but the skin was cold hard, death cold, and Brian turned back to the dashboard. He did what he could, tightened his seatbelt, positioned himself, rehearsed mentally again and again what his procedure should be. When the plane ran out of gas, he should hold the nose down and head for the nearest lake and try to fly the plane onto a body of water. That's how he thought of it. Kind of fly the plane onto the water, and just before he hit, he should pull back on the wheel and slow the plane down and reduce impact. Over and over, his mind ran the picture of how it would go. The plane running out of gas, flying the plane onto the water, the crash. From pictures he'd seen on television, he tried to visualize it. He tried to be ready. But between the 17th and 18th radio transmission, without a warning, the engine coughed, roared violently for a second, and died. There was a sudden silence, cut only by the sound of the windmilling propeller and the wind passing the cockpit. Brian pushed the nose of the plane down and threw up. That's the end of chapter 2. All right, chapter 3. Going to die, Brian thought. Going to die, going to die, going to die. His whole brain screamed it in the sudden silence. Going to die. He wiped his mouth with the back of his arm and held the nose down. Oh, his nose. Held the plane nose down. Held the nose down. The plane went into a glide, a very fast glide that ate altitude, and suddenly there weren't any lakes. Of course. All he'd seen since they started flying over the forest were lakes, and now they were gone. Gone. Out in front, far away at the horizon, he could see lots of them. Off to the right, to the left, more of them, glittering blue in the late afternoon sun, but he needed one right in front. He desperately needed a lake right in front of the plane, and he and all he saw through the windshield were trees, green death trees. If he had to turn, he didn't think he could keep the plane flying. His stomach tightened into a series of rolling knots, and his breath came in short bursts. There, not quite in front, but slightly to the right, he saw a lake, L-shaped, with rounded corners, and the plane was nearly aimed at the long part of the L, coming from the bottom and heading to the top. Just a tiny bit to the right, he pushed the right rudder pedal gently, and the nose moved over. But the turn cost him speed, and now the lake was above the nose. He pulled back on the wheel slightly, and the nose came up. This caused the plane to slow dramatically and almost seemed to stop and wallow in the air. But, the controls became very loose feeling and frightened Brian, making him push the wheel back in. This increased the speed a bit, but filled the windshield once more with nothing but trees, and put the lake well above the nose and out of reach. For a space of 3 or 4 seconds, things seemed to hang almost to stop. The plane was flying, but so slowly, it would never reach the lake. Brian looked out to the side and saw a small pond. At the edge of the pond, some large animal. He thought a moose, standing out in the water, all so still looking, so stopped. The pond, the moose, the trees. He slid over them, now only 300 or 400 feet off the ground, all like a picture. Then everything happened at once. Trees suddenly took on detail, filled his whole field of vision with green. He knew he would hit and would die. But his luck held, and just as he was to hit, he came to an open lane, a channel of fallen trees, a wide place leading to the lake. The plane, committed now to landing, to crashing, fell into the wide place like a stone, and Brian eased back on the wheel and braced himself for the crash. But there was a tiny bit of speed left, and when he pulled on the wheel, the nose came up, and he saw in front of the blue lake. He saw in front the blue of the lake, and at that instant, the plane hit the tree. Whew. There was a great wrenching as the wings caught the pines at the side of the clearing and broke back, ripping back just outside the main braces. Dust and dirt blew off the floor into his face so hard he thought there must have been some kind of explosion. He was momentarily blinded and slammed forward in the seat, smashing his head on the wheel. Then a wild crashing sound, ripping of metal, and the plane rolled to the right and blew through the trees, out over the water, and down to slam into the lake. Skip once on the water as hard as concrete, water that tore the windshield out and shattered the side windows, water that drove him back into his seat. Somebody was screaming. Screaming as the plane drove down into the water. Someone screamed tight animal screams of fear and pain, and he did not know that was his sound. That he roared against the water that took him and the plane still deeper down in the water. He saw nothing but sensed cold blue-green, and he raked at the seatbelt catch, tore his nails loose on one hand, and ripped at it until it released, and somehow the water, trying to kill him, to end him, somehow he pulled himself out of the shattered front window and clawed up into the blue. Felt something hold him back, felt his windbreaker tear, and he was free. Tearing free, ripping free. Whew. But so far to the surface, and his lungs could not do this thing.
could not hold and were through, and he sucked water, took a great pull of water that would finally take him in, and his head broke into light, and he vomited and swam, pulling without knowing what he was doing, without knowing anything, pulling until his hands caught at weeds and muck, pulling and screaming until his hands caught at the last in grass and brush, and he felt his chest on land, felt his face on the coarse blades of grass, and he stopped. Everything stopped. A color came that he had never seen before, a color that had exploded in his mind with the pain, and had in his mind with the pain, and he was gone from it all, spiraling into the world, spiraling out into nothing. That's the end of chapter 3. All right, chapter 4. The memory was like a knife cutting into him, slicing deep into him with hate. The secret. He had been riding his 10 speed with a friend named Terry. They had been taking a run on a bike trail and decided to come back a different way, a way that took them past the Amber Mall. Brian remembered everything in incredible detail. Remembered the time on the bank clock in the mall, flashing 3:31, then the temperature, 82, and the date. All the numbers were part of the memory. All of his life was part of the memory. Terry had just turned to smile at him about something, and Brian looked over Terry's head and saw her. His mother. She was sitting in a station wagon, a strange wagon. He saw her, and she did not see him. Brian was going to wave or call out, but something stopped him. There was a man in the car. Short blonde hair. The man had, wearing some kind of white pullover tennis shirt. Brian saw this and more, saw the secret, and saw more later. But the memory came in pieces, came in scenes like this. Terry smiling, Brian looking over his head to see the station wagon, and his mother sitting with the man. The time and the temperature clock in front, the front wheel of his bike, the short blonde hair of the man, the white shirt of the man, the hot hate slices of the memory that were intact, the secret. Brian opened his eyes and screamed. For a second, he did not know where he was, only that the crash was still happening and he was going to die. He screamed until his breath was gone. Then silent, filled with sobs as he pulled in air, half crying. How could it be so quiet? Moments ago there was nothing but noise, crashing and tearing, screaming, now quiet. Some birds were singing. How could birds be singing? His legs felt wet, and he raised up his hands and looked back down at them. They were in the lake. Strange. They went down into the water. He tried to move, but pain hammered into him and made his breath shorten into gasps. And he stopped, his legs still in the water. Pain. Memory. He turned again, and sun came across the water, late sun, cut into his eyes and made him turn away. It was over then. The crash. He was alive. The crash is over and I am alive, he thought. Whew. Then his eyes closed, and he lowered his head for minutes that seemed longer. When he opened them again, it was evening, and some of the sharp pain had abated. There were many dull aches, and the crash came back to him fully. Into the trees and onto the lake, the plane had crashed and sunk into the lake and had somehow pulled free. And he had somehow pulled free. He raised himself and crawled out of the water, grunting with the pain of movement. His legs were on fire, and his forehead felt as if somebody had been pounding on it with a hammer. But he could move. He pulled his legs out of the lake. He crawled on his hands and knees until he was away from the wet, soft shore and the near small stand of brush of some kind. Then he went down, only this time to rest, to save something of himself. He lay on his side and put his head on his arm and closed his eyes because that was all he could do now. All he could think of being able to do. He closed his eyes and slept, dreamless, deep, and down. There was almost no light when he opened his eyes again. The darkness of the night was thick, and for a moment he began to panic again. To see, he thought, to see is everything, and he could not see. But he turned his head without moving his body and saw that across the lake there was a sky was light gray. The sky was light gray, and that the sun was starting to come up, and he remembered that it had been evening when he went to sleep. Must be morning now, he mumbled it, almost in the hoarse whisper. As the thickness of the sleep left him, the world came back. He was still in pain, all over pain. His legs were cramped and drawn up, tight and aching. His back was hurt when he tried to move. Worse was the knee throbbing. Or wait, no, okay, sorry. Worst was a keen throbbing in his head that pulsed with every beat of his heart. It seemed that the whole crash had happened to his head. There we go. He rolled on his back and felt his sides and his legs moving things slowly. He rubbed his arms. Nothing seemed to be shattered or even sprained all that badly. When he was 9, he had plowed his small dirt bike into a parked car and broken his ankle. He had to wear a cast for 8 weeks, and there was nothing now like that. Nothing broken, just battered around a bit. His forehead felt massively swollen to the touch, almost like a mound over his eyes, and it was so tender that when his fingers grazed it, he nearly cried. Oof! But there was nothing he could do about it, and like the rest of him, it seemed to be bruised more than broken. I'm alive, he thought. I'm alive. It could have been different. There could have been death. I could have been done. Like the pilot, he thought suddenly, the pilot in the plane, down into the water, down into the blue water strapped in the seat. He sat up, or tried to. The first time he fell back, but on the second attempt, grunting with the effort, he managed to come to a sitting position and scrunch sideways until his back was against a small tree, where he sat facing the lake, watching the sky get lighter and lighter with the coming dawn. His clothes were wet and clammy, and there was a faint chill. He pulled on torn remnants of his windbreaker, pieces really. Around his shoulders, he tried to hold what heat he could to his body. He could not think, could not make thought patterns work right. Things seemed to go back and forth between reality and imagination, except that it was all reality. 1 second he seemed only to have imagined there was a plane crash, that he had fought out of the sinking plane and swum to the shore, that it had all happened to some other person or in a movie playing in his mind. Then he would feel his clothes wet and cold, and his forehead would slash with pain, through his thoughts, and he would know it was real, that it really happened. But all in a haze world. So he sat and stared at the lake, felt the pain come and go and wait. He watched the sun come over the end of the lake. It took an hour, perhaps 2. He could not measure time yet and did not care, for the sun to get halfway up. With it came warmth. Small bits of it at first, but with the heat came clouds of insects, thick swarming hordes of mosquitoes that flocked to his body, made a living coat on his exposed skin, clogged his nostrils when he inhaled, poured into his mouth when he opened it to take a breath. It was not possibly believable. Not this. He had come through the crash, but the insects were not possible. Ugh. There's a picture of a mosquito. In case you don't know what a mosquito looks like, there's nasty. That's a lot. That's nasty. Ooh. He coughed them up, spat them out, ugh, sneezed them out, closed his eyes and kept brushing his face, slapping and crushing them by the dozen, by the hundred. But as soon as he cleared his a place, as soon as he cleaned them, more came. Thick, whining, buzzing masses of them, mosquitoes of and small black flies he had never seen before, all biting, chewing, taking from him. Ugh. In moments, his eyes were swollen shut and his face puffy and round to match his battered forehead. He pulled the torn pieces of his windbreaker over his head and tried to shelter in it, but the jacket was full of rips and it didn't work. In desperation, he pulled his t-shirt up, cover his face, but that exposed the skin of his lower back, and the mosquitoes and flies attacked the new soft flesh of his back so viciously that he pulled his shirt down. In the end, he sat with the windbreaker pulled up, brushed with his hands, and it took almost crying in frustration and agony. There was nothing left to do, and when the sun was fully up and heating him directly, bringing steam off of his wet clothes and bathing him with warmth, the mosquitoes and flies disappeared, almost that suddenly. 1 minute he was sitting in the middle of a swarm, the next they were gone, and the sun was on him. Vampires, he thought. Apparently, they didn't like the deep of night, perhaps because it was too cool and they couldn't take the direct sunlight. But in the gray time, in the morning, when it began to get warm and before the sun was full up and hot, he couldn't believe them. Never in all the reading in the movies he had watched on television about the outdoors, never once had they mentioned the mosquitoes or flies. All they ever showed on the naturalist shows was beautiful scenery or animals jumping around, having a good time. Nobody ever mentioned mosquitoes or flies. Ugh. He pulled himself up to stand against the tree and stretch, bringing new aches and new pain. His back muscles must have been hurt as well. They almost seemed to tear when he stretched. And while the pain in his forehead seemed to be abating somewhat, just trying to stand made him weak enough to nearly collapse. The backs of his hands were puffy. His eyes were almost swollen shut from the mosquitoes, and he saw everything through a narrow squint. Not that there was much to see, he thought. Scratching the bites, in front of him lay the lake, blue and deep. He had a sudden picture of the plane, sunk in the lake, down and down in the blue. The pilot's body still strapped in the seat, his hair waving. He shook his head. More pain. That wasn't something to think about. He looked at his surroundings. The lake stretched out slightly below him. He was at the base of the L, looking at the long part with the short part out to his right. In the morning light, the calm of the water was absolutely perfect, perfectly still. He could see the reflections of the trees at the other side of the lake. Upside down in the water, they seemed almost like another forest, an upside down forest to match the real one. As he watched a large bird, he thought it looked like a crow, but it seemed larger, flew from the top, real forest, and the reflection bird matched it, flying both out and over the water. Everything was green, so green it went into him. The forest was largely made up of pines and spruce, with strands of some low brush smeared here and there, and thick grass and some other kind of small brush all over. He couldn't identify most of it, except the evergreen, and some leafy trees that he thought might be aspen. He'd seen pictures of aspens in the mountains in television. The country Around the lake was moderately hilly, but the hills were small, almost hammock, and there were very few rocks except to his left. There lay a rocky ridge that stuck out overlooking the lake about 20 feet high. If the plane had come down a little to the left, he would have hit the rocks and never made the lake. He would have been smashed. Oof. Destroyed. The word came. I would have been destroyed and torn and smashed, driven into the rocks and destroyed. Luck, he thought. I have luck. I had good luck there. But he knew that was wrong. If he had good luck, his parents wouldn't have divorced because of the secret. And he wouldn't have been flying with a pilot who had a heart attack, and he wouldn't be here where he had to have good luck to keep from being destroyed. If you keep walking back from good luck, he thought, you'll come to bad luck. He shook his head again, wincing, another thing not to think about. The rocky ridge was rounded and seemed to be of some kind of sandstone, with bits of darker stone layered and stuck into it. Directly across the lake from it, and at the inside corner of the L, was a mound of sticks and mud rising up and out of the water a good 8 or 10 feet. 8 or 10 feet. At first, Brian couldn't place it, but he knew that he somehow knew what it was. Had seen it in film. Before we go, there's a picture of a crow. Look at that. Cool, right? Check it out. Picture of a crow. I like to think that this is Brian's book, and he's like drawing in it like Arthur Morgan. Then, a small brown head popped out to the surface of the water near the mound and began swimming off down the short leg of the L, leaving a V of ripple behind, and remembered where he'd seen it. It was a beaver house called the Beaver Lot in a special he'd seen on the public channel. Here's a picture of the beaver. Look at it. That's the beaver. That's the beaver that Brian saw. He saw it. A fish jumped. Not a large fish, but it made a splash near the beaver, and as if by a signal, there was suddenly little splops all over the sides of the lake. Along the shore, as fish began jumping, hundreds of them jumping and slapping the water. Brian watched them for a time, still in half the daze, still not thinking well. The scenery was very pretty, he thought, and there were new things to look at, but it was all green and blue blur and he was used to the gray and black of the city, the sounds of the city, traffic, people talking, sounds all the time, the hum, the whine of the city. Here, at first, it was silent, or he thought it was silent. But when he started to listen, really listen, he heard thousands of hisses and blurts, small sounds, birds singing, hum of insects, splashes from the fish jumping. There was great noise here, but a noise he did not know. And the colors were new to him. The colors and the noise mixed in his mind to make a green blue blur that he could not hear as a hissing pulse sound, and he was still tired. So tired. So awfully tired. And standing had taken a lot of energy somehow. It drained him. He supposed he was still in some kind of shock from the crash, and there was still pain, the dizziness, the strange feeling. He found another tree, a tall pine with no branches until the top, and he sat with his back against it, looking down on the lake with the sun warming him. In the few moments he scrunched down, and he was asleep again. And that's the end of chapter 4. All right, chapter 5. Chapter 5. His eyes snapped open, hammered open, and there were these things about himself that he knew instantly. He was unbelievably, viciously thirsty. His mouth was dry and tasted foul and sticky. His lips were cracked and felt as if they were bleeding. And if he did not drink some water soon, he felt that he would wither up and die. Lots of water. All the water he could find. He knew the thirst and felt the burn on his face. It was mid-afternoon, and the sun had come over him and cooked him while he slept. And his face was on fire, would blister and would peel, which did not help the thirst, made it worse, much worse. He stood, using the tree to pull himself up because there was still some pain and much stiffness. He looked down at the lake. It was water, but he did not know if he could drink it. Nobody had ever told him if he could drink or not drink lake water. There was also the thought of the pilot. Yeah. Down in the water in the deep blue, strapped in the body. Awful, he thought. But the lake was blue and wet looking, and his stomach and his throat raged with thirst, and he did not know where there might be another form of water he could drink. Besides, he had probably swallowed a ton of it while he was swimming out of the plane and getting to shore. In the movies, they always showed the hero finding a clear spring with pure sweet water to drink. But in the movies, they didn't have plane wrecks and swollen foreheads and aching bodies and thirst that tore at the hero until he couldn't think. Brian took small steps down the bank to the lake. Along the edge, there were thick grasses, and the water looked a little murky, and there were small things swimming in the water, small bugs. But there was a log extending about 20 feet into the water of the lake. A beaver dropped from some time before, with old limbs sticking up, almost like handles. He balanced on the log. Holding himself up with the limbs, he teetered out past the weeds in the murky water. When he was out where the water was clear, he could see no bugs swimming. He kneeled on the log to drink. A sip, he thought, still worrying about the lake water. I'll just take a sip. But when he brought a cupped hand to his mouth, it felt the cold water trickle down past his cracked lips and over his tongue. He could not stop. He had never, not even on his long bike trips in the hot summer, been this thirsty. It was as if the water was more than water, as if the water had become all of life, and he could not stop. He stooped and put his mouth to the lake and drank, pulling in deep and swallowing great gulps of it. He drank until his stomach was swollen, until he had nearly fell off the log with it. Then he rose and stagger tripped his way back to the bank, where he was immediately sick and threw up most of the water. But his thirst was gone, and the water seemed to reduce the pain in his head as well, although the sunburn still cooked his face. So, he almost jumped with the sound of the words spoken aloud. It seemed so out of place, the sound. He tried again. So here I am. And there it is, he thought. For the first time since the crash, his mind started to work. His brain triggered, and he began to think. Here I am. And where is that? Where am I? He pulled himself once more up to the bank, the tall tree without branches, and sat again with his back against the rough bark. It was hot now, but the sun was high and to his rear, and he sat in the shade of the tree in a relative comfort. There were things to sort out. Here I am, and that is nowhere. With this in mind, he opened and thought, and thoughts happening, with his mind open and thoughts happening, it all tried to come in at once with a rush. All of what had occurred, and he could not take it. The whole thing turned into confused jumble and made no sense, so he fought it down and tried to take one thing in at a time. He had been flying north to visit his father for a couple months in the summer, and the pilot had had a heart attack and had died. and the plane had crashed somewhere in the Canadian northern woods, and he did not know how far they had flown or in what direction or where he was. Slow down, he thought. Slow down more. My name is Brian Robeson, and I am 13 years old, and I am alone in the North Woods of Canada. All right, he thought. That's simple enough. I was flying to visit my father, and the plane crashed and sank into the lake. There, keep it that way. Short thought. I do not know where I am, which doesn't mean much. More to the point, they do not know where I am. And they meaning anybody who might be looking for me. The searchers. They would look for him, look for the plane. His father and mother would be frantic. They would tear the world apart to find him. Brian had seen searches on the news, seen movies about lost planes. When a plane went down, they mounted extensive searches, and almost always they found the plane within a day or two. Pilots all filed flight plans, a detailed plan for where and when they were going to fly, with all the courses explained. They would come, they would look for him. The searchers would get government planes and cover both sides of the flight plan filed by the pilot and search until they found. Maybe even today. They might come today. That was the second day after the crash. No, Brian frowned. Was it the first day or the second day? They had gone down in the afternoon and he had spent the whole night out in the cold, so this was the first real day. But they could not come today. They would have started the search immediately when Brian's plane did not arrive. Yeah, they would probably come today. Probably come in here with amphibious planes, small push planes with floats that could land right here on the lake and pick them up and take them home. Which home? The father home or the mother home? He stopped the thinking. It didn't matter. Either onto his dad or back to his mother. Either way, he would probably be home by late night or early morning. Home where he could sit down and eat a large, cheesy, juicy burger with tomatoes and double fries with ketchup and a thick chocolate shake. And there came hunger. Brian rubbed his stomach. The hunger had been there, but something else. Fear, pain had held it down. Now with the thought of the burger, the emptiness roared at him. He could not believe the hunger had never felt it this way. The lake water had filled his stomach but left it hungry, and now it demanded food, screamed for it. And there was nothing, he thought, absolutely nothing to eat. Nothing. What did they do in the movies when they got stranded like this? Ah, yes, the hero usually found some kind of plant that he knew was good to eat, and that took care of it. Just ate the plant until he was full, or used some kind of cute trap to catch an animal and cook it over a slick little fire, and pretty soon he had a full 8-course meal. The trouble, Brian thought, looking around, was that all he could see was grass and brush. There was nothing obvious to eat aside from about 1 million birds. And the beaver he hadn't seen animals to trap and cook. And even if he had gotten one somehow, he didn't have any matches, so he couldn't have a fire. Nothing. He kept coming back to that. He had nothing. Well, almost nothing. As a matter of fact, he thought, I don't know what I've got or haven't got. Maybe I should try and figure out just how I stand. It will give me something to do, keep me from thinking of food until they come and find me. Brian had once had an English teacher, a guy named Perpich, who was always talking about being positive, thinking positive, staying on top of things. That's how Perpich had put it. Stay positive and stay on top of things. Brian thought of him now, wondered how to stay positive and stay on top of this. All Perpich would say is that I have to get motivated. He was always telling kids to get motivated. Brian changed position, so he was sitting on his knees. He reached into his pocket and took everything out he had and laid it in the grass in front of him. It was pitiful enough. A quarter, 3 dimes, a nickel, 2 pennies, fingernail clippers, a billfold with a $20 bill. In case you get stranded at the airport in some small town and have to buy food, his mother had said, and some odd pieces of paper. So here's the picture of the coins and the nail clippers. There they are up top. I mean, I'd be pretty excited about the nail clippers. It's something, right? And on his belt, somehow still there, the hatchet his mother had given him. He had forgotten it and now reached around and looked and took it out and put it in the grass. There was a touch of rust already forming on the cutting edge of the blade, and he rubbed it off with his thumb. That was it, he frowned. No, wait. If he was going to play the game, he might as well play it right. Perpich would tell him, quit messing around, get motivated, look at all of it, Robeson. He had a pair of good tennis shoes, now almost dry, and socks, and jeans, and underwear, and a thin leather belt, and a t-shirt with a windbreaker so torn it hung on him like in tatters. And a watch. He had a digital watch still on his wrist, but it was broken from the crash, the little screen blank, and he took it off and almost threw it away, but stopped the hand motion and laid the watch on the grass with the rest of it. There it was. Here's a picture of the watch as well. Look at that. See the watch? Broken. Unbelievable. I should be a teacher. I was a driving instructor for a while, but this is different. That's different. There's the broken watch, if you can see it. Welcome in. Thank you very much. Just kind of reading. Edna's over here. I don't know if you can see it. My cat's over here. There she is. All right, where were we? No, wait. One other thing. Those were all the things he had. But he also had himself. Perpich used to drum that into them. You are your most valuable asset. Don't forget that. You are the best thing you have. Brian looked around again. I wish you were here, Perpich. I am hungry, and I trade everything for a hamburger. I'm hungry, he said it out loud. In normal tones at first, then louder and louder until he was yelling it. I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry! When he stopped, there was a sudden silence. Not just from him, but from the clicks and blurps and bird sounds of the forest as well. The noise of his voice had startled everything, and it was quiet. He looked around, listened with his mouth open, and realized that in all his life he had never heard silence before. Complete silence. There had always been something. Some sound, some kind of sound. It lasted only a few seconds, but it was so intense that it seemed to be a part of him. Nothing. There was no sound. Then the birds started again, and some kind of buzzing insect. And then a chattering, a cawing. And soon there was the same background of sound, which left him still hungry. Of course, he thought, putting the coins on the rest and the rest back in his pocket and the hatchet on his belt. Of course, if they come tonight or even if they take as long as tomorrow, the hunger was no big thing. People have gone missing. People have gone with many days without food, as long as they've got water. Even if they don't come until late tomorrow, I'll be all right. Lose a little weight, maybe, but the first hamburger and a malt and fries will bring it right back. A mental picture of a hamburger, the way it showed it in the television commercial, thundered into his thoughts. Rich colors, meat juicy and hot. He pushed this picture away. Pushed it away. So even if they didn't come and find him until tomorrow, he thought, he would be all right. He had plenty of water, although it wasn't sure if he was good or clean or not. He sat again by the tree, his back against it. There was a thing bothering him. He wasn't quite sure what it was, but it kept chewing at the edge of his thoughts. Something about the plane and the pilot that would change things. Ah, there it was. The moment when the pilot had his heart attack, his right foot had jerked down on the rudder pedal, and the plane had slewed sideways. What did that mean? What did that keep coming into his thinking that way? Why did that keep coming into his thinking that way? Nudging and pushing? It means, a voice in his thoughts said, that they might not be coming for you tonight or even tomorrow. When the pilot pushed the rudder pedal, the plane had jerked to the side and assumed a new course. Brian could not remember how much it had pulled around, but it would not have been much, because after that, with the pilot dead, Brian had flown for an hour after hour on a new course. Well away from the flight plan the pilot had filed, many hours at maybe 160 miles per hour, even if it was only a little off course. With that speed and time, Brian might now be sitting several hundred miles off to the side of the recorded flight plan. And they would probably search most heavily at first along the flight plan, of course. They might go out to the side a little, but he could easily be 300-400 miles to the side. He could not know, could not think of how far he might have flown wrong, because he didn't know the original course and didn't know how much they had pulled sideways. Quite a bit. That's how he remembered it. Quite a jerk to the side. It pulled his head sharply when the plane had swung round. They might not find him for 2 or 3 days. He felt his heartbeat increase as the fear started. The thought was there that he fought it down for a time, pushed it away, and then it exploded out. They might not find him for a long time. The next thought was there as well, and they might not find him ever. But that was panic, and he fought it down and tried to stay positive. They searched hard. When the plane went down, they used many men and planes. They would go to the side. They would know if he was off from the flight path. He had talked to the man on the radio. They would somehow know. It would be all right. They would find him. Maybe not tomorrow, but soon. 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 Gradually, like sloshing oil, his thoughts settled back and the panic was gone. Say they didn't come for 2 days. No. Say they didn't come for 3 days, even push that to 4. He could live with that. He would have to live with that. He didn't want to think of them taking longer, but say 4 days. 4 days. He had something to do. He couldn't just sit at the bottom of this tree and stare down the lake for 4 days and nights. He was in deep woods and didn't have any matches. Couldn't make a fire. There were large things in the woods. There were wolves, he thought, and bears. Other things. In the dark, he would be in the open, just sitting at the bottom of a tree. He looked around suddenly, felt the hair on the back of his neck go up. Things might be looking at him right now, waiting for him. Waiting for the dark so they could move in and take him. He fingered the hatchet on his belt. Sorry, Edna. It was the only weapon he had, but it was something. He had to have some kind of shelter. No, make that more. He had to have some kind of shelter, and he had to have something to eat. He pulled himself to his feet and jerked the back of his shirt down before the mosquitoes could get at it. He had to do something to help himself. I have to get motivated, he thought, remembering Pepperidge. Right now, I'm all I've got. I have to do something. End of chapter 5. Woo! Pretty intense, huh, Edna? Chapter 6. Here we go. Two years before, he and Terry had been fooling around down near the park where the city seemed to end for a time and the trees grew thick and came down to a small river that went through the park. It was thick there and seemed kind of wild. They had been joking and making things up. They had pretended that they were lost in the woods and talked in the afternoon about what they would do. Of course, they figured they'd have all sorts of goodies like a gun and a knife and fishing gear and matches so they could hunt and fish and have a fire. I wish you were here, Terry, he thought, with a gun and a knife and some matches. In the park that time, they had decided the best shelter was a lean-to, and Brian set out to make one. Maybe cover it with grass and leaves and sticks, he thought. He started to go down to the lake again, where there were some willows he could cut down for braces. But it struck him that he ought to find a good place for the lean-to, and so he decided to look around first. He wanted to stay near the lake because he thought the plane, even deep in the water, might show up to somebody flying above, and he didn't want to diminish any chance he might have of being found. His eyes fell open. Oop. I'm gonna have to get a snack here. We'll get an apple because my stomach's from the tree outside. I'm gonna go pluck an apple from the apple tree that's out here in the woods that I'm in, totally outside. His eyes fell upon the stone ridge to his left, and he thought at first he should build his shelter against the stone. But before he decided that, he decided to check it out the far side of the ridge, and that was where he got lucky. Using the sun and the fact that it rose in the east and set in the west, he decided that the far side was the northern side of the ridge. At one time in the far past, it had been scooped by something, probably a glacier, and this scooping had left a kind of sideways bowl back under the ledge. It was very deep. Not a cave, but was smooth and made a perfect roof, and he could almost stand in under the ledge. He had to hold his head slightly tipped forward and the front at the front to keep him from hitting the top. Some of the rock that had been scooped out had also been pulverized by a glacial action, turned into sand, and now made a small sand beach that went down to the edge of the water in front and to the right of the overhang. It was his first good luck. No, he thought, he had good luck in landing, but this was good luck as well. Luck he needed. All he had to do was wall off part of the bowl and leave an opening as a doorway. And he would have a perfect shelter, much stronger than a lean-to and dry because of the overhang made a watertight roof. He crawled back in under the ledge and sat. The sand was cool there in the shade, and the coolness felt wonderful to his face, which was already starting to blister and got especially painful in his forehead, with the blisters on top of the swell. He was also still weak. Just the walk around the back of the ridge and the slight climb up over the top had left his legs rubbery. It felt good to sit for a bit under the shade of the overhang in the cool sand. And now, he thought, if I just had something to eat. Anything. When he had rested a bit, he went back down to the lake and drank a couple swallows of water. He wasn't all that thirsty, but he thought the water might help take the edge off the hunger. It didn't. Somehow the cold lake water actually made it worse, sharpened it. He thought the dragging He thought of dragging in wood to make a wall on part of the overhang and picked up one piece to pull up, but his arms were too weak. And he knew that he knew then that wasn't just that it wasn't just the crash and injury to his body and head. It was also that he was weak from hunger. He would have to find something to eat. Before he did anything else, he would have to find something to eat. But what? Brian leaned against the rock and stared out at the lake. What in all of this was there to eat? He was so used to having food just be there, just always being there. When he was hungry, he went to the icebox or to the store or sat down at a meal his mother cooked. Oh, he thought, remembering a meal now. Oh, it was last Thanksgiving. Last year, the last Thanksgiving they had as a family before his mother demanded the divorce and his father moved out in the following January. Brian already knew the secret, but did not know it would cause them to break up, and thought it might work out. The secret that his father still did not know, but that he would try to tell him when he saw him. The meal had been turkey, and they cooked it in the backyard in the barbecue over charcoal, with the lid down tight. His father had put hickory chips in the charcoal, and the smell of the cooking turkey and the hickory smoke filled the yard. When his father took the lid off, smiling, the smell had come out was unbelievable. And when they sat to eat, the meat was wet with juice and rich and had the taste of the smoke in it. He had to stop. He had to stop. His mouth was full of saliva and his stomach was twisting and growling. What was there to eat? What had he read or seen that told him about food in the wilderness? Hadn't there been something? A show. Yes, a show on television about Air Force pilots and some kind of course they took. A survival course. All right. He had the show coming into his thoughts now. The pilots had to live in the desert. They put them in the desert down in Arizona or someplace, and they had to live for a week. They had no food. They had to find water. For water, they had made a sheet of plastic into a dew-gathering device. And for food, they ate lizards. That was it. Of course, Brian had lots of water, and there weren't too many lizards in the Canadian woods that he knew. One of the pilots had used a watch crystal as a magnifying glass to focus the sun and start a fire so they didn't have to eat lizards raw. But Brian had a digital watch without a crystal, broken at that, so the show didn't help much. Wait, there was one thing. One of the pilots, a woman, had found some kind of beans in a bush, and she had used them with her lizard meat to make a little stew in a can she had found. Bean lizard stew. There weren't any beans around here, but there must be berries. There had to be a berry bush around here. Sure, the woods were full of berry bushes. That's what everybody always said. Well, he'd actually never heard anybody say it, but he felt that it should be true. There must be berry bushes. He stood and moved out into the sand and looked up at the sun. It was still high. He didn't know what time it must be. At home, it would be 1 or 2 if the sun were that high. At home, it would be 1 or 2. His mother would be putting away the lunch dishes and getting ready for her exercise class. Okay. No, that would have been yesterday. Today, she would be going to see him. Today was Thursday, and she always went to see him on Thursday. Wednesday was exercise class. Thursday, she went to see him. Hot little jets of hate worked into his thought. Pushed once, moved back. If his mother hadn't begun to see him and forced the divorce, Brian wouldn't be here right now. He shook his head. Had to stop that kind of thinking. Had to stop. The sun was still high, and that meant that he had some time before darkness to find berries. He didn't want to be away from he almost thought of it as his home, shelter when he came to be dark. He didn't want to be anywhere in the woods when it came to be dark. And he didn't want to get lost, which was a real problem. All he knew in the world was the lake in front of him, and the hill at his back, and the ridge. If he lost sight of them, there was a really good chance that he would get turned around and not find his way back. So he had to look for berry bushes, but keep the lake or the rock ridge in sight at all times. He looked up the lakeshore to the north for a good distance, perhaps 200 yards. It was fairly clear. There were tall pines, the kind with no limbs. Until the very top, with a gentle breeze sighing in them, but too much low brush. 200 yards, but not too much low brush. My bad. 200 yards up there seemed to be a bit of thick lower brush starting, about 10 to 12 feet high, and that formed a wall that he could not see through. It seemed to go on around the lake, thick and lushly green, but he could not be sure. Here's the picture of a tree. There it is. There's a picture of one of those trees that Brian's talking about, where the branches don't start until higher up. If there were berries, they would be in that bush, he felt. And as long as he stayed close to the lake, so he could keep the water in his sight and know it was there, he wouldn't get lost. When he was done or found berries, he thought he would just turn around so the water was on his left and walk back until he came to the ridge and his shelter. Simple. Keep it simple. I am Brian Robes. I have been in a plane crash. I am going to find some food. I'm going to find some berries. He walked slowly until a bit pained. He walked slowly, still a bit pained in his joints and weak from hunger. Up along the side of the lake. The trees were full of birds singing ahead of him. The sun, sorry. The trees were full of birds singing ahead of him in the sun. Some he knew, some he didn't. He saw a robin with some kind of sparrows, with a flock of reddish orange birds with thick beaks. 20 or 30 of them were sitting in one of the pines. They made much noise and flew away ahead from him when he walked under the tree. He watched them fly, their color in the bright slash in golden and solid green, and in this way he found the berries. The birds landed in some taller willow type undergrowth with wide leaves and started jumping and making noise. At first he was too far away to see what they were doing, but their color drew him and he moved toward them, keeping the lake in sight on his right. When he got closer, he saw they were eating berries. All right. He could not believe it was that easy. It was as if the birds had taken him right to the berries. The slender branches went up about 20 feet and were heavily drooping with clusters of bright red berries. They were half as big as grapes, but hung in bunches much like grapes. And when Brian saw them glistening red in the sunlight, he almost yelled. His pace quickened, and he was in them in moments, scattering the birds, grabbing branches, stripping them to fill his mouth with berries. Here's some pictures of the birds. Yeah, there's some birds, really nice bird pictures. Bird pictures over here, really nice. Nicely done. Good job, Brian Robeson. Oh, and here's a quick picture of the berries. Might as well show the berries while we're at it. There are the berries. I mean, they do look pretty delicious. Yes. Don't worry, Emma. Everything's all right. Relax. Okay. He almost spit them out, It wasn't that they were bitter so much as that they lacked any sweet. Had a tart flavor that left his mouth dry feeling, and they were like cherries in that they had large pits, which made them hard to chew. But there was such a hunger on him, such an emptiness, that he could not stop and kept stripping the branches and eating the berries by the handful, grabbing and jamming them into his mouth and swallowing the pits and all. He could not stop. And when at last his stomach was full, he was still hungry. 2 days without food must have shrunken his stomach, but the drive of hunger was still there. Thinking of the birds and how they would come back into the berries when he left, he made a carrying pouch in his torn windbreaker and kept picking. Finally, when he judged he had close to 4 pounds in his jacket, he stopped and went back to his camp by the ridge. Now, he thought, now I have some food and I can do something to fixing this place up. He glanced at the sun and saw he had some time before dark. If only I had matches, he thought, looking ruefully at the beach and lakeside. There was driftwood everywhere, not to mention dead and dry wood all over the hill, and dead dry branches hanging from everywhere. All firewood and no matches. How did they used to do it? He thought. Rub 2 sticks together? He tucked his berries in his pouch back under the overhang. In the cool shade, he found a couple of sticks. After 10 minutes of rubbing, he felt the sticks, and they were almost cool to the touch. Not bad, he thought. They didn't do fire that way. He threw the sticks down in disgust. So no fire. But he could still fix the shelter and make it, here for a better word, safer, come to his mind, and he didn't know why, more livable. Kind of close it in. What? Kind of close it in. He thought. There we go. I'll just close it in a bit. He started dragging sticks from the lake and pulling long dead branches from the hill. He never getting out of sight of the water or the ridge. With these, he interlaced and wove a wall across the opening of the front of the rock. It took over 2 hours, and he had stopped several times because he felt sick, a bit weak, and once because he felt a strange new twinge in his stomach, a tightening, rolling. Too many berries. I ate too many of them. But it was gone soon, and he kept working until the entire front of the overhang was covered, save for a small opening at the right end, nearest to the lake. The doorway was about 3 feet, and when he went in, he found himself in a room almost 15 feet long and 8 feet deep, with a rock wall sloping down at the rear. Good, he said. Good. Outside, the sun was going down. Finally, in the initial coolness, the mosquitoes came out again and clouded on him. They were thick, terrible, if not quite as bad as in the morning. He kept brushing them off his arms until he couldn't stand it, and then dumped the berries and put the windbreaker on. At last, the sleeves covered his arm. Wrapped in the jacket, with the darkness coming down fast now, crawled back under the rock and huddled and tried to sleep. He was deeply tired and still aching some. But sleep was slow coming, and did not finally settle in until evening. The evening cool turned the night cool to night cool, and the mosquitoes slowed. Then, at last, with his stomach turning on the berries, Brian went to sleep. And that's the end of chapter 6. All right. Chapter 7. Mother! He screamed it, and it could not be sure if the scream awakened him or the pain in his stomach. His whole abdomen was torn with great rolling jolts of pain that doubled him in the darkness of the little shelter, put him over and face down in the sand to moan again and again, "Mother, mother, mother!" Nothing else like this. Never. It was as if all the berries, all the pits had exploded in the center of him, ripped and tore at him. He crawled out the doorway and was sick in the sand, then crawled still further and was sick again, vomiting with terrible diarrhea for an hour. For over a year, he thought, until he was last empty and drained of all his strength. Oh boy, poor Brian. Then he crawled back into the shelter and fell again into the sand, but could not sleep at first. Could do nothing except lie there. And his mind decided to bring the memory up again. In the mall, every detail. His mother sitting in the station wagon with the man, and she had leaned across and kissed him. Kissed the man with the short blonde hair. And it was not a friendly peck, but a kiss. A kiss where she turned her head over at an angle and put her mouth against the mouth of the blonde man who was not his father, and kissed mouth to mouth, and then brought her hands up to touch his cheek, his forehead, and while they were kissing, and Brian saw it. Saw this thing that his mother did with the blonde man. Saw the kiss that became the secret that his father still did not know at all about. The memory was so real that he could feel the heat in the mall that day, could remember the worry that Terry would turn and see his mother, could remember the worry of the shame of it, and then the memory faded and he slept again. Awake. For a second, perhaps two, he did not know where he was still sleeping somewhere. Then he saw the sun stream in the doorway of the shelter and heard the close, vicious whine of mosquitoes and knew. He brushed his face completely. Completely welted now with 2 days of bites, completely covered with lumps and bites, and was surprised to find the swelling on his forehead had gone down a great deal. It was almost gone. The smell was awful, and he couldn't place it. Then he saw the pile of berries and at the back of the shelter and remembered the night and being sick. Too many of them, he said aloud. Too many gut cherries. He crawled out of the shelter and found where he'd messed the sand. He used sticks to clean it as best he could, covered it with clean sand, and went down to the lake to wash his hands and get a drink. It was still very early, only just past true dawn, and the water was so calm he could see his reflection. It frightened him. The face was cut and bleeding, swollen and lumpy, the hair all matted, and on his forehead the cut had healed but left the hair stuck with blood and a scab. His eyes were slits in the bites, and he was somehow covered with dirt. He slapped the water with his hands to destroy the mirror. Ugly, he thought. Very, very ugly. And he was, at that moment, almost overcome with self-pity. He was dirty and starving and bitten and hurt and lonely and ugly and afraid and so completely miserable that it was like being in a pit of deep, my bad, being in a deep, dark pit with no way out. He sat back on the bank and fought crying, then let it come and cried for perhaps 3-4 minutes. Long tears, self-pity tears, wasted tears. He stood, went back to the water, he took some small drinks. As soon as the cold water hit his stomach, he felt the hunger sharpen. As it had before, he stood and held his abdomen until the hunger cramps receded. He had to eat. He was weak again. Down with hunger, he had to eat. Back at the shelter, the berries lay in a pile where he dumped them. When he grabbed his windbreaker, gut cherries he called them now in his mind, he thought of eating some. Not such a crazy amount as he had, which he felt brought on the sickness in the night, but just enough to stave off the hunger a bit. He crawled into the shelter. Some flies were on his berries, so he brushed them off. He selected only the berries that were solidly ripe. Not the light red ones, but the berries that were dark maroon red and black with swollen ripe. When he had a small handful of them, he went back to the lake, washed them with water. Small fish scattered away when he splashed the water up, and when he washed, he had a fishing line and a hook. Wait, what? Sorry. Small fish scattered away when he splashed the water up, and he was wishing he had a fishing line and a hook. Okay, that makes more sense. Then he ate them carefully, spitting out the pit. They were still tart, but had a sweetness to them, although they seemed to make his lips a bit numb. When he finished, he was still hungry, but the edge was gone, and his legs didn't feel as weak as they had. He went back to the shelter. It took him half an hour to go through the rest of the berries and sort them out, putting all the fully ripe ones in a pile on some leaves, the rest in another pile. When he was done, he covered the two piles with grass. He tore from the lake shore to keep the flies off and went back outside. All right. They were afraid. They were awful berries. Those gut cherries, he thought. But there was food there, food of some kind, and he could eat a bit more later tonight if he had to. But for now, he had a full day ahead of him. He looked at the sky through the trees and saw that while there were clouds scattered and did not seem to hold rain, there was a slight breeze that seemed to keep the mosquitoes down. He thought, looking up along the lake shore, if there was one kind of berry, there should be another kind, sweeter kind. If he kept the lake in his sight, as he did yesterday, he should be all right. Should be able to find home again, and it stopped him. He had actually thought it this time. Home. 3 days. Not 2, or was it 3? Yes. This was the 3rd day, and he had thought of the shelter as home. He turned and looked at it, studied the crude work. The brush made a fair wall, not weather tight, but it cut most of the wind off. He had done it so badly that maybe it wasn't much, but also maybe it was all he had for home. All right, he thought, so I'll call it home. All right, here's a picture of the home he had here that he built. Pretty good, pretty solid. Look at that, he built it in a cave. He stuck some wood up there. Kind of still did a lean-to. He was kind of makeshift lean-to, but it's like a doorway lean. He turned back and set off up the side of the lake, heading for the gut cherry bushes. His windbreaker bag in hand. Things were bad, he thought, but maybe not that bad. Maybe he could find some berries, some better berries. When he came to the gut cherry berries bushes, he paused. The branches were empty. The branches were empty of birds, but still had many berries. And some of those that had been merely red yesterday were now dark maroon and black, much riper. Maybe he should stay and pick them and save them. But the explosion in the night was still much in his memory, and he decided to go on. Gut cherries were food, but tricky to eat. He needed something better. Another 100 yards up the shore, there was a place where the wind had torn another path. These must have been fierce winds, he thought, to tear places like this up, as they had the path he had found with the plane when he crashed. Here, the trees were not all the way down, but twisted and snapped off halfway up from the ground, so their tops were all down and rotted and gone, leaving the snags poking into the skies like broken teeth. It made for tons of dead and dry wood, and he wished once more he could get a fire going. It's also made kind of clearing. With the tops of trees gone, the sun could shine down on the ground and was filled with small thorny bushes that were covered with berries. Raspberries! He knew because there were some raspberry bushes in the park that he and Terry would always be picking and eating them when they biked past. Woohoo! All right, look at check out the raspberries. Ooh, raspberries. Look at raspberries. Don't look at the next page. Look at the raspberries. Edna's back. Edna's back, everyone. She must have got another rabbit or something. The berries were full and ripe, and he tasted one to find it sweet and with none of the problems as the gut cherry. Although they did not grow in clusters, there were many of them, and they were easy to pick, and Brian smiled and started eating. Sweet juice, he thought. Oh, they were sweet with just a tiny tang, and he picked and ate and picked and ate, and thought that he had never tasted anything so good. Soon, as before, his stomach was full, but now he had some sense, and he did not have to gorge or cram more down. Instead, he picked more, put them in his windbreaker, feeling the morning sun on his back, and thinking he was rich with food now, just rich. He had heard a noise to his rear, a slight noise, and he turned and saw a bear. He could do nothing, think nothing. His tongue, stained with berry juice, stuck to the roof of his mouth, and he stared at the bear. It was black, with a cinnamon-colored nose, not 20 feet from him, and big. No, huge. It was all black fur and huge. He had seen one in the zoo in the city once, a black bear, but it had been from India or somewhere. This one was wild and much bigger than the one in the zoo. And it was right there. Right there. Here's a picture of the bear. There, now we can look at the bear. Look at it, it's huge. This Brian Robeson is a good artist. I can't believe he sketched all these. The sun caught the ends of the hairs along his back. Shining black and silky, the bear stood on its hind legs half up and studied Brian. Just studied him. Then lowered itself and moved slowly to the left, eating berries and rolled along, waffling and delicately using its mouth to lift each berry from the stem, and in seconds it was gone. Gone. And Brian still had not moved. His tongue was stuck to the top of his mouth, the tip half out. His eyes were wide, and his hands were reaching for a berry. Then he made a sound, a low, "Ugh." It made no sense. It was just a sound of fear and disbelief that something that large could have come so close to him without his knowing. Oof. It just walked up to him and could have eaten him, and he could have done nothing. Nothing. And when the sound was half done, a thing happened with his leg, a thing he had nothing to do with, and they were running the opposite direction from the black bear, back towards the shelter. He would have run all the way in panic, but after he had gone perhaps 50 yards, his brain took over and slowed and finally stopped him. If the bear wanted you, his brain said, he would have taken you. It was something to understand, he thought, not something to run away from. The bear was eating berries, not people. The bear made no move to hurt you, to threaten you. It stood to see you better, study you, and then went on its way, eating berries. It was a big bear, but it didn't want you, didn't want to cause you harm. And that's the thing to understand here. That bear wanted nothing to do with Brian. He turned and looked back at the stand of raspberries. The bear was gone. The birds were singing and saw nothing that could hurt him. There was no danger here that he could sense, could feel. In the city at night, there was sometimes danger. You could not be in a park at night after dark because of the danger. But here, the bear had looked at him and moved on and filled his thoughts, and the berries were so good. So good, so sweet and rich that his body was so empty. And the bear had almost indicated that it didn't mind sharing, just to walk away from him. And the berries were so good. And he thought, finally, if he did not go back and get the berries, he would have to eat the gut cherries again tonight. That convinced him, and he walked slowly back to the raspberry patch and continued picking for the entire morning, although with great caution. And once a squirrel rustled some pine needles at the base of the tree, and he nearly jumped out of his skin. Here's a picture of the squirrel. There's a squirrel. Pretty cute. About noon, the sun was almost straight overhead. The clouds began to thicken and look dark. In moments, it started to rain, and he took what he had picked and trotted back to the shelter. He had eaten probably 2 pounds of raspberries and had maybe another 3 pounds in his jacket rolled in a pouch. He made it to the shelter just as the clouds completely opened and the rain roared down in a sheet. Soon, the sand outside was drenched, and there were rivulets running down into the lake. But inside, he was dry and snug. He started to put the pick berries back in the sorted pile with the gut cherries, but he noticed that the raspberries were seeping through the jacket. They were much softer than the gut cherries, and apparently were being crushed in a bit with their own weight. Oof. When he held up the jacket and looked beneath, he saw a stream of red liquid. He put his finger on it and found it to be sweet and tangy, like pop without the fizz. He grinned and lay back on the sand, holding the bag over his face, letting the seepage drip inside his mouth. Outside, the rain poured, but Brian lay back, drinking the syrup from the berries, dry with the pain almost all gone, the stiffness also gone, his belly full and good taste in his mouth. For the first time since the crash, he was not thinking of himself, of his own life. Brian was wondering if the bear was as surprised as he to find another being eating the berries. Later that afternoon, as evening came down, he went to the lake and washed the sticky berry juice from his face and hand, then went back to prepare for the night. While he accepted and understood that the bear did not want to hurt him, it was still much in his thoughts, and the darkness came into the shelter. He took the hatchet out of his belt and put it by his head, his hand on the handle as the day caught up with him, and he slept. And that's the end of chapter 7. Oof. A bear. I thought we saw some bears out here a little bit earlier. Let me check again. Let me see. Are there any bears out there? No bears. No bears. No bear. You know what? In fact, now that it's raining out, I think we need to put a poncho on. There we go. There. I don't think this one comes with sleeves. Oh yeah, it does. There. There we go. We're good. Don't worry, Edna. We're good. We're good. All right, now we're protected from the rain. We got our poncho on here. Double check for bears. I don't see any bears. All right, we're good. We're good. No bears yet. No bears. All right, here we go. Chapter 8. At first, he thought it was a growl. In the still darkness of the shelter in the middle of the night, his eyes came open, and he was awake, and he thought there was a growl. But it was the wind. A medium wind in the pines had made some sound that brought him awake. He sat up and was hit with the smell. It terrified him. The smell was one of rot, some musty rot that made him think only of graves with cobwebs and dust and old death. His nostrils widened and he opened his eyes wider, but he could see nothing. It was too dark, too hard to see with the clouds covering even the small light from the stars, and he could not see. But the smell was alive and full, and in the shelter. He thought of the bear, thought of Bigfoot, and every monster that he'd ever seen, and every fright movie he had ever watched, and his heart hammered in his throat. Ugh. Then he heard slithering, a brushing sound, a slithering, brushing sound near his feet, and he kicked out as hard as he could, and threw the hatchet at the sound. A noise came from his throat, but the hatchet missed, sailed into the wall where it hit the rocks with a shower of sparks, and his legs were instantly torn with pain, as if 100 needles had been driven into it. He now screamed with pain and fear, and skittered on his backside up into the corner of the shelter, breathing through his mouth, straining to see, to hear. The slithering moved again. He thought toward him at first, and terror took him, stopping his breath. He felt he could see a low, dark form, a bulk in the darkness. a shadow that lived. But now it moved away, slithering and scraping. It moved away and saw or thought he saw it go out the door of the opening. He lay on the side for a moment. Then he pulled a rasping breath in and held it, listening for the attacker to return. When it was apparent that the shadow wasn't coming back, he felt the calf of his leg where the pain was centered and spreading to fill the whole leg. His fingers gingerly touched the group of needles that had been driven through his pants and into the fleshy part of his calf. They were stiff and were sharp on the ends and stuck out. And he knew then what the attacker had been. A porcupine had stumbled into his shelter, and when he had kicked it, the thing had slapped him with its tail of quill. He touched each quill carefully. The pain made it seem as if dozens of them had been slammed into his leg. But there were only 8. Pinning the cloth against his skin, he leaned back against the wall for a minute. He couldn't leave them in. They had to come out, but just touching them made the pain more intense. So fast, he thought. So fast things changed. When he'd gone to sleep, he had the satisfaction of and in just that moment, it was all different. He grasped one of the quills, held his breath, and jerked. And it sent pain signals to his brain in tight waves. But he grabbed another, pulled it, and then another quill. And when he had pulled 4 of them, he stopped for a moment. The pain had gone from being a pointed injury to pain spreading into a hot smear up his leg and made him catch his breath. Some of the quills were driven in deeper than others, and they tore when they came out. He breathed deeply twice, let out half of a breath, and went back to work. Jerk, pause, jerk, and 3 more times before he lay back in the darkness, done. The pain filled his leg now, and with it came new waves of self-pity. Sitting alone in the dark, his leg aching, some mosquitoes finding him again, and he started crying. It was all too much, just too much, and he couldn't take it. Not the way it was. I can't take it this way. Alone, with no fire, in the dark. The next time it might be something worse. Maybe a bear. It couldn't just be quills in his legs. It would be worse. I can't do this, he thought, again and again. I can't. Brian pulled himself up until he was sitting upright back in the corner of his cave. He put his head down and his arms across his knees, with stiffness taking his leg, and cried until he was cried out. He did not know how long it took, but later he looked back on his time of crying in the corner of the dark cave and thought of it as when he learned the most important rule of survival, which was that feeling sorry for yourself didn't work. It wasn't just that it was wrong to do or that it was considered incorrect. It was more than that. It didn't work. When he sat alone in the darkness and cried and was done, he was all done with it. Nothing had changed. His legs still hurt. It was still dark. He was still alone, and the self-pity had accomplished nothing. At least he slept again, but already the patterns were changing, and the sleep was light, a resting doze more than deep sleep, with small sounds awakening him twice in the rest of the night. In the last doze period before daylight, before he had awakened, finally, with the morning light and the clouds of new mosquitoes, he dreamed. This time it was not of his mother, not of the secret, but of his father, for the first time, and then of his friend Terry. In the initial segment of the dream, his father was standing at the side of the living room, looking at him, and it was clear from his expression that he was telling Brian something. His lips were moving, but there was no sound, not a whisper. He waved his hands at Brian, made gestures in front of his face as if he was scratching something, and he worked to make the word of his mouth, but at first Brian could not see it. Then his lips made a shape, but no sound came. Brian could not hear it, could not understand it, and he wanted to so badly. It was so important to understand his father, to know what he was saying. He was trying to help, trying so hard. And when Brian couldn't understand, he looked cross. And when he did, Brian asked questions more than once. He faded. Brian's father faded into a fog place. Brian could not see, and the dream was almost over, or seemed to be, when Terry came. He was not gesturing to Brian, but was sitting in the park at a bench looking at a barbecue pit for a time. Nothing happened. Then he got up and poured some charcoal from a bag into a cooker and some starter fluid, and he took a flick type lighter and lit the fluid. When it was burning, the charcoal was at last getting hot. He turned, noticing Brian for the first time in the dream. He turned and smiled and pointed to the fire as if to say, "See? A fire." But it meant nothing to Brian, except that he wished he had a fire. He saw a grocery sack on the table next to Terry. Brian thought it must contain hot dogs and chips and mustard, and he could think only of the food. But Terry shook his head and pointed again at the fire. Twice more he pointed at the fire. And Brian made Brian see the flames, and Brian felt his frustration and anger rise. He thought, all right, I see the fire, but so what? I don't have a fire. I don't know about fire. I know I need a fire. I know that. His eyes opened, and there was a light in the cave. Gray, dim light of morning. He wiped his mouth and tried to move his leg, which had stiffened like wood. There was thirst and hunger, and he ate some raspberries from the jacket. They had spoiled a bit, seemed softer and mushier, but still had a rich sweet. He crushed the berries against the roof of his mouth with his tongue and drank the sweet juice as it ran down his throat. A flash of metal caught his eye, and he saw his hatchet in the sand where he had thrown it at the porcupine in the dark. He scooched up, wincing a bit when he bent his stiff leg and crawled to where the hatchet lay. He picked it up and examined it as he saw a chip in the top of the head. The nick wasn't too large, but the hatchet was important to him. It was his only tool, and he should not have thrown it. He should have kept it in hand and made a tool of some kind to help push the animal away. Make a staff, he thought, or a lamp, and save the hatchet. Something came then. A thought as he held the hatchet, something about the dream and his father and Terry, but he couldn't pin it down. Ah! He scrambled out and stood in the morning sun and stretched his back muscles and his sore leg. The hatchet was still in hand, and as he stretched and raised it over his head, he caught the first rays of the morning sun. The first faint light hit the silver of the hatchet and flashed in a brilliant gold in the light, like fire. That is it, he thought. What they were trying to tell me. Fire. The hatchet was key to it all. When he threw the hatchet at the porcupine in the cave and missed, it hit the stone wall. It had showered sparks in a golden shower of sparks in the dark, and golden with fire as the sun is now. The hatchet was the answer. The hatchet. That's what his father and Terry had been trying to tell him. Somehow he could not get fire from the hatchet. The sparks would make fire. Brian went back into the shelter and studied the wall. It was some form of chalky granite or sandstone, but embedded in it were large pieces of a darker stone, a harder and darker stone. It took him a moment to find where the hatchet had struck. The steel had nicked into an edge of one of the darker stone pieces. Brian turned the head backwards so he could strike on the flat rear end of the hatchet and hit the black rock gently, too gently, and nothing happened. He struck harder, and a glancing blow, and 2 or 3 weak sparks skipped off the rock and died immediately. He swung harder, held the hatchet so it would hit longer, sliding blow, and the black rock exploded in fire. Sparks flew so heavy that several of them skittered and jumped on the sand beneath the rock, and he smiled and struck again and again. There could be fire here, he thought. I will have fire here, he thought, and struck again. I will have fire from the hatchet. That's the end of chapter 8. Woo! He's doing it. He's doing it. Brian is doing it. He's figuring it out. He's overcoming the odds. Chapter 9. Brian found it was a long way from sparks to fire. Clearly, there had been something for the sparks to ignite, some kind of tinder or kindling, but what? He brought some dry grass in, tapped the sparks onto it, and watched them die. He tried small twigs, breaking them into small pieces, but then worse than the grass. Then he tried a combination of the two, grass and twigs. Nothing. He had no trouble getting sparks, but the tiny bits of hot stone or metal, he couldn't tell which they were, just sputtered and died. He settled back on his haunches in exasperation, looking at the pitiful clump of grass and twig. He needed something finer, something soft and fine, something fluffy to catch the bits of fire. Shredded paper would be nice, but he had no paper. So close, he said aloud, so close. He put the hatchet back in his belt and went out of the shelter, limping on his sore leg. There had to be something. Had to be. Man had made fire. There had to be fire for thousands, millions of years. There had to be a way. He dug into his pockets and found the $20 bill in his wallet. Paper. Worthless paper out here. But if he could get a fire going, he ripped the 20 into pieces, made a pile of pieces, and hit sparks into them. Nothing happened. They just wouldn't take this to the spark. But there had to be a way. Some way to do it. Not 20 feet to his right, leaning out over the water, were birches, and he stood looking at them for a full half a minute before it registered in his mind. They were beautiful white with bark like clean, slightly speckled paper. Paper! He moved to the trees. Where the bark was peeling from the trunks, it lifted into tiny tendrils, almost fluffs. Brian plucked some of them loose, rolled them into his fingers. They seemed flammable, dry and nearly powdery. He pulled and twisted bits off the trees, picking them in one hand while he picked them with the other, picking and gathering until he had a wad close to the size of a baseball. Then he went back to the shelter and arranged the ball of birch bark peelings at the base of the black rock. So here's the ball of birch bark. Check it out. Just a little baseball of birch bark. I can make one of those myself. Make an ornament. As an afterthought, he threw the remains of the $20 bill in. He struck, and a stream of sparks fell onto the bark and quickly died. But this time, one spark fell on one of the small hair of the dry bark, almost a thread of bark, and seemed to glow for a bit brighter before it died. The material had to be finer. There had to be a soft and incredibly fine nest for spark. I must make a home for the spark, he thought. A perfect home, or they won't stay. They won't make a fire. He started ripping the bark using his fingernails at first, and when that didn't work, he used his sharp edge of the hatchet, cutting the bark into thin slivers, hairs so fine they were almost not there. It was painstaking work, slow work, and he stayed with it for over 2 hours. Twice he stopped for a handful of berries, and once to go out to the lake for a drink, then back to work. The sun on his back until at last he had a ball of fluff as big as a grapefruit. Dry birch bark fluff. He positioned his spark nest, as he thought of it, at the base of the rock, used his thumb to make a small depression in the middle, and slammed the back of the hatchet down across the black rock. A cloud of sparks rained down, most of them missing the nest, but some, perhaps 30 or so, hit the depression, and of those, 6 or 7 found fuel and grew, smoldered, and caused the bark to take on and glow red. Then they went out. Close. He was close. He repositioned the nest, made a new and smaller dent with his thumb, and struck again. Most sparks, a slight glow, then nothing. It's me, he thought. I'm doing something wrong. I do not know this. A cave dweller would have had fire by now. A Cro-Magnon man would have had fire by now. But I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to make fire. Maybe not enough sparks. He settled the nest in one place once more and hit the rocks with a series of blows as fast as he could. The sparks flowed like a golden waterfall. At first, they seemed to take. There were several many sparks that found life and took briefly, but they all died, starved. He leaned back. He leaned back. They are like me. They are starving. It wasn't quantity. There was plenty of sparks, but they needed more. I would kill, he thought suddenly, for a book of matches. Just one book. Just one match. I would kill. What makes fire? He thought back to school. To all the science classes he had ever learned, what made a fire? Did a teacher ever stand up and say, "This is what makes a fire"? He shook his head, tried to focus his thoughts. What did it take? You have to fuel. You have to have fuel, he thought. And he had that. The bark was fuel, oxygen, there had to be air. He needed to add air. He needed to add air. He had a fan to blow on it. He had a fan on it. Blow on it. He made the nest ready again, held the hatchet backward, tensed, struck for 4 quick blows. Sparks came down and leaned forward as fast as he could and blew too hard. There was a bright, almost intense glow, and then it was gone. He had blown it out. Another set of strikes, more spark. He leaned and blew, but gently this time, holding back and aiming the stream of air from his mouth to hit the brightest spot. 4 or 6 sparks had fallen onto the tight mass of bark hair, and Brian centered his efforts there. The sparks grew with his gentle breath. The red glow moved from the sparks themselves into the bark, moved and grew and became worms, glowing red worms that crawled up the bark hairs and caught other threads of bark and grew until there was a pocket of red as big as a quarter and glowing red coal of heat. And when he ran out of breath, he paused to inhale. The red ball suddenly burst into flame. Fire, he yelled. I've got fire. I've got it. I've got it. I've got it. But the flames were thick and oily and burning fast, consuming the ball of bark as fast as it were gasoline. He had to feed the flames, keep them going, working as fast as he could, carefully placing the dry grass and wood pieces he had tried at first on top of the bark and was gratified to see them take. But they would go fast. He needed more and more. He could not let the flames go out. He ran from the shelter to the pines and started breaking off low, dead, small limbs. These he threw to his shelter, went back for more, threw those in, and squatted to take a break and feed the hungry flames. When the small wood was going well, he went out and found larger wood and did not relax until it was going. Then he leaned back against the wood brace of his door opening and smiled. I have a friend, he thought. I have a friend now, a hungry friend, but a good one. I have a friend named Fire. Hello, Fire. The curve of the rock back made an almost perfect drawing flue that carried the smoke up through the cracks of the roof, but held the heat. If he kept the fire small, it would be perfect and would keep anything like the porcupine from coming through the door again. A friend and a guard, he thought. So much from a little spark, a friend and a guard from a tiny spark. He looked around and wished he had somebody to tell to show this thing he had done, but there was nobody. Nothing but trees and the sun and the breeze of the lake. Nobody. And he thought, rolling thoughts, with the smoke curling up over his head and the smile still half on his face, he thought, I wonder what they're doing now. I wonder what my father's doing. I wonder what my mother's doing. I wonder if she's with him. And that's the end of chapter 9. All right, chapter 10. He could not at first leave the fire. It was so precious to him, so close and sweet a thing. So the yellow and red flames brightening the dark interior of the shelter, a happy crackle, dry wood as it burned, that he could not leave it. He went to the trees and brought in as many dead limbs as he could chop. And he carried, and when he had a large pile of them, he sat near the fire. Though it was getting into the warm middle part of the day, and he was hot, and broke them into small pieces, he fed the fire. I will not let you go out, he said to himself, to the flames, not ever. And so he sat through the long part of the day, keeping the flames even eating from his stock of raspberries, leaving to drink from the lake when he was thirsty. In the afternoon, toward the evening, with his face smoke smeared and his skin red from the heat, he finally began to think ahead of what he needed to do. He would need a large woodpile to get through the night. It would be almost impossible to find wood in the dark, so he had to have it all in and cut and stacked before the sun went down. Brian made sure the fire was banked with new wood, then went out of the shelter and searched for a good fuel supply. Up the hill from the campsite, the same windstorm that left him a place to land the plane that had only been 4 days ago, had dropped 3 large white pines across another. They were dead now, dried and filled with weathered, dry, dead limbs, enough for many days. He chopped and broke and carried wood back to camp, stacking the pieces under the overhang until he had what he thought to be an enormous pile, as high as his head and 6 feet across at the base. Between trips, he added small pieces to the fire to keep it going, and one of the trips to get the wood, he noticed an added advantage. He noticed an added advantage to the fire. When he was in the shade of the trees breaking limbs, the mosquitoes swarmed him as usual. But when he came back to the fire or near the shelter where the smoke eddied and swirled, the insects were gone. Makes sense, right? Mosquitoes don't like fire or smoke. It was a wonderful discovery. The mosquitoes had nearly driven him mad, and he thought of being rid of them lifted his spirits. On another trip, he looked back and saw the smoke curling up through the trees and realized for the first time that now he had a means to make a signal. He could carry a burning stick and build a signal fire on top of the rock, make clouds of smoke, and perhaps attract attention. Yeah. Look, here's a picture of the wood he got. There's a picture of the wood pile. Pretty good. Pretty cool. Which meant more wood. And still more wood. There did not seem to be an end to the wood he would need. And he spent all the rest of the afternoon into dusk making wood trips. At dark, he settled in again for the night next to the fire with the stack of short pieces ready to put on, and he ate the rest of the raspberries. During all the work of the day, his leg had loosened a bit, but it still ached, and he rubbed it and watched the fire and thought for the first time since the crash he might be getting a handle on things, might be starting to do something other than just sit. He was out of food, but he could look tomorrow and he could build a signal fire tomorrow and get more wood tomorrow. The fire cut the night coolness and settled him into sleep, thinking of tomorrow. He slept hard and wasn't sure what awakened him, but his eyes came open and he stared into the darkness. The fire had burned down and looked out, but he stirred it with a piece of wood and found a bed of coals, still glowing hot and red. With small pieces of wood and careful blowing, he soon had a blaze glowing again. It had been close. He had been too sure to try to sleep in short intervals, so he had to keep the fire going. And he had to try to think of a way to regulate his sleep, but it made him sleepy to think about it, and he was just going under again when he heard the sound outside. It was not unlike the sound of the porcupine, something slithering and being dragged across the sand, but when he looked out the door opening, it was too dark to see anything. Whatever it was stopped, making the sound in a few moments, and he thought he had heard something sloshing into the water. But he had a fire now and plenty of wood, so he wasn't as worried as he was the night before. He dozed, slept for some time, awakened again just at dawn gray light, and added wood to the still smoking fire before standing outside and stretching. Standing with his arms stretched over his head and the tight knot of hunger in his stomach, he looked towards the lake and saw the track. There they were strange. A main center line up from the lake into the sand with claw marks to the side leading to a small pile of sand. Then going back to the water, he walked over and squatted near them, studied them, and tried to make sense of them. Whatever had made these tracks had some kind of flat, dragging bottom in the middle, and was apparently pushed along by the legs stuck out to the side. Up from the water to a small pile of sand, and then back into the water. Some animal, some kind of water animal that came up into the sand to do what? To do something with the sand. To play and make a pile of sand? He smiled. City boy, he thought. Oh, you city boy with your city ways. He made a mirror in his mind and mirror of himself and saw how he must look. City boy with your city ways, sitting in the sand trying to read the tracks, not knowing, not understanding. Why would anything wild come up from the water and play in the sand? Not that way. Animals weren't that way. They don't waste their time that way. It had come up from the water for a good reason, and he must try to understand the reason. He must change to fully understand the reason himself, or he would not make it. It had come up from the water for a reason, and the reason he thought squatting, the reason had to do with the pile of sand. He brushed the top of the sand with his hands, but found only damp sand. Still, there must be a reason. He carefully kept scraping and digging until he found 4 inches down. He suddenly came into a smaller chamber in the cool, damp sand, and there lay many eggs, almost perfectly round in size, of table tennis balls. And he laughed then because he knew it had been a turtle. It was a turtle. He said he had seen a show on television about sea turtles that came up to beaches, laid their eggs in the sand. There must be freshwater lake turtles that did the same. Maybe snapping turtles. He had heard of snapping turtles. They became fairly large, he thought. It must have been a snapper that came last night when he heard the noise that awakened him. She must have came and laid the egg. Food. More eggs. More than eggs. More than knowledge. More than anything, this was food. His stomach tightened and rolled and made noise as he looked at the egg, as if his stomach belonged to somebody else, or had seen the eggs with his own eyes and was demanding food. The hunger was always there, had been somewhat controlled and dormant when there was nothing to eat, but with the eggs came the scream to eat. His whole body craved food with such intensity that it quickened his breath. He reached into the nest, pulled the eggs out one at a time. There were 17 of them, each as round as a ball and white. They had leathery shells and instead of breaking them, he squeezed them. All right, so here's a picture of a snapping turtle and the eggs. I've never had turtle eggs, but I guess eat what you gotta. When he had them heaped on the sand in a pyramid, he had never felt so rich somehow. He suddenly realized that he did not know how to eat them. He had a fire but no way to cook them, no container. He had never thought of eating a raw egg. He had an uncle named Carter, his father's brother, who always put eggs in a glass of milk and drank it in the morning. Brian had watched him do it just once, and when the running part of the white left the glass and went into his uncle's mouth and down the throat in a single gulp, Brian almost lost everything he had ever eaten. Still, he thought. Still, as his stomach moved toward his backbone, he became less and less fussy. Some natives in the world ate grasshoppers and ants, and if they could do it, he could get a raw egg down. He picked one up and tried to break the shell, found it surprisingly tough. Finally, using the hatchet, he sharpened a stick, poked a hole in the egg. He widened the hole with his finger, looked inside, just an egg. It had a dark yellow yolk and not so much white as he thought there would be. Just an egg. Food. Just an egg he had to eat. Raw. He looked out across the lake and brought the egg to his mouth and closed his eyes and sucked and squeezed the egg, and at the same time he swallowed as fast as he could. Itch. Ugh. It had a greasy, almost oily taste, but it was an egg. His throat tried to throw it back up. His whole body screamed to convulse with it, but his stomach took it, held it, and demanded more. The second egg was easier, and by the third one, he had no trouble at all. It just slid down. He ate 6 of them. Could have easily eaten all of them and not been full, but part of him said to hold back, save the rest. He could not now believe the hunger. The eggs had awakened it fully, roaringly, so that it tore after him. After the 6th egg, he ripped the shell open and licked the inside clean. Then went back to and ripped the other 5 open. And licked them out as well, and wondered if he could eat the shells. There must be some food and value in them. But when he tried, they were too leathery to chew, and he couldn't get them down. He stood away from the eggs for a moment, literally stood and turned away so that he could not see them. Or if he looked at them, he would have to eat more. He would store them in the shelter and eat only 1 a day. He fought the hunger down again, controlled it. He would take them now and store them and save them and eat one day, and he realized as he thought it that he had forgotten that they might come. The searchers, surely they would come before he could eat all the eggs at 1 a day. He had forgotten to think about them, and that wasn't good. He had to keep thinking of them because he had forgotten of them and did not think of them, and they might forget about him. He had to keep hoping. And that's the end of chapter 10. All right. All right, chapter 11. There were these things to do. He transferred all the eggs from a small beach into the shelter, reburying them near his sleeping area. It took all his will to keep from eating them. Another one as he moved them, but he got it done. Keeping from eating another one as he moved them, but he got it done. And when they were out of sight, again, it was easier. He added wood to the fire and cleaned up the camp area. A good laugh, that cleaning up the camp. All he did was shake out his windbreaker and hang it in the sun to dry, and the berry juice that had soaked in, and smooth out the sand where he slept. But it was a mental thing. He had gotten depressed thinking about how they hadn't found him yet, and when he was busy and had something to do, the depression seemed to leave. So there were things to do. With the camp squared away, he brought in more wood. He decided to always have enough on hand for 3 days, and after spending one night with the fire for a friend, he knew what a staggering amount of wood it would take. He worked all through the morning at the wood, breaking down dead limbs, breaking up or chopping them into smaller pieces, storing them neatly beneath the overhang. He stopped once to take a drink at the lake, and in his reflection, he saw that the swelling on his head was nearly gone. There was no pain there. So he assumed that he had taken care of himself. His leg was also back to normal, although he had a pattern of holes, roughly star-shaped, where the quills have nailed him. And while he was standing at the lake shore taking stock, he noticed that his body was changing. He had never been fat, but he had been slightly heavy with a little extra weight just above his belt at the side. Like all of us, right? Am I right? Anyways. This was completely gone, and his stomach had caved in to the hunger, and the sun had cooked him past burning, so he was tanning. And with the smoke from the fire, his face was starting to look like leather. But perhaps more than his body that was changing, the change in his mind, or the way he was becoming. I am not the same, he thought. I see, I hear differently. He did not know when the change started, but it was there. When a sound came to him, now he didn't just hear it, but he knew what the sound was. He would swing and look at it. A breaking twig, a movement in the air, and know the sounds as if somehow he could move his mind back down the wave of sound to the source. He could know what the sound was before he quite realized he heard it himself. And when he saw something, a bird moving, a wing inside a bush, or a ripple on the water, he would truly see the thing, not just notice it as he used to notice things in the city. He would see all the parts of it, see the whole wing, the feathers, see the color of the feathers, see the bush, see the size and the shape and the color of its leaves. He would see the way the light moved with the ripples on the water and see that the wind made the ripples and which way the wind had blown to make the ripples move in that certain way. None of that used to be in Brian, and now it was a part of him, a changed part of him, a grown part of him. And the two things, his mind and his body, had come together as well, had made a connection with each other that he did not quite understand. When his ears heard a sound or his eyes saw a sight, his mind took control of his body. Without his thinking, he moved to face the sound or sight, moved to make ready for it, to deal with it. There were these things to do. When the wood was done, he decided to get a signal fire ready. He moved to the top of the rock ridge that comprised the bluff over his shelter and was pleased to find a large, flat stone area. More wood, he thought, moaning inwardly. Went back to the fallen trees and found more dead limbs, carrying them up on the rock until he had enough for a bonfire. Initially, he had thought of making a signal fire every day, but he couldn't, and he would never be able to keep up with the wood supply. So while he was working, he decided to have the fire ready, and if he heard an engine or even thought he heard a plane engine, he would run up to the burning limb and set off a signal fire. Things to do. At the last trip to the top of the stone bluff with wood, he stopped, sat on the point overlooking the lake, and rested. The lake lay before him, 20 or so feet below, and he had not seen it in this way since he had come in the plane. Remembering the crash, he had a moment of fear, a breath-tingling little rip of terror, but it passed, and he was quickly caught up with the beauty of the scenery. It was so incredibly beautiful that it was almost unreal. From his height, he could see not just the lake, but across part of the forest, a green carpet, and it was full of life. Birds, insects, there was a constant hum of song. At the other end of the bottom of the L, there was another large rock sticking out over the water. On top of the rock, a snaggly pine had somehow found food and grown, bent and gnarled. Sitting on one limb was a bluebird with a crest and a sharp beak, a kingfisher. He thought of a picture he had seen one, which left the branch while he watched it and dove into the water. It emerged a split part of a second later. In its mouth was a small fish, wiggling silver in the sun. It took the fish with a limb to the limb, juggled it twice, and swallowed it whole. Fish. All right, here's a picture of, what do they call it? This bird. I can't remember what this bird is called. A kingfisher. Ooh, it looks got a bird. It's got the fish in his mouth. He's eating it. Of course, he thought. There were fish in the lake, and they were food, and a bird could do it. He scrambled down the side of the bluff and trotted to the edge of the lake, looking down into the water. Somehow it had never occurred to him to look inside the water, only at the surface. The sun was flashing back up into his eyes, and he moved off the side and took his shoes off and waded out 15 feet. Then he turned and stood still. With the sun at his back, he studied the water again. It was, he saw after a moment, literally packed with small fish everywhere. Some narrow, some long, some round, most of them 3 or 4 inches long, some a bit longer, and some a bit larger. There was a patch of mud off to the side leading into deep water, and he could see old clamshells there. So there must be clams. As he watched, a crayfish looking like a tiny lobster left one of the empty clamshells and went to looking for something new, something to eat, digging with its claws. While he stood, some of the small uh, fish came quite close to his legs, and he tensed, got ready, and made a wild stab at grabbing one of them. They exploded away in 100 flicks of quick light, so fast that he had no hope of catching them that way. But they soon came back, seemed to be curious about him, and as he walked from the water, he tried to think of a way to use that curiosity to catch them. He had no hooks, no string, but what if he somehow lure them into the shallows and make a spear? A small fish spear. He might be able to strike fast enough to get one. He would have to find the right kind of wood, slim and straight. He had seen some willows up along the lake that might work, and he thought he could use the hatchet to sharpen it and shape it while he was sitting by the fire tonight. And that brought up the fire, which he had to feed again. He looked at the sun. He saw it was getting late in the afternoon, and when he thought of how late it was, he thought that he ought to reward all his work with another egg. And that made him think that there was some kind of dessert that would be nice. He smiled when he thought of dessert, so fancy, and he wondered if he should move up the lake and see if he could find some raspberries after he banked the fire. And while he was looking for the right wood for a spear, spear wood, he thought, and it all rolled together, just rolled together and rolled over him. There were things to do. All right, and that's the end of chapter 11. All right. Chapter 12. The fish spear didn't work. He stood in the shallows and waited again and again. The small fish came closer and closer, and he lunged time after time, but it was always too slow. He tried throwing it, jabbing it, everything but flailing with it, and it didn't work. The fish were just too fast. He had been so sure, so absolutely certain that it would work the night before. Sitting by the fire, he had taken the willow and carefully peeled the bark until he had a straight staff about 6 feet long and just under an inch thick at the base, the thickest end. Then, propping the hatchet in a crack in the rock wall, he had pulled the head of the spear against it, carving a thin piece off each time until the thick end tapered down to a needle point. Still not satisfied, he could not imagine hitting one fish with the single point. He carefully used the hatchet to split the point up the middle for 8 to 10 inches and jammed a piece of wood into spike into the split to make 2-pronged spear with the points about 2 inches apart. It was crude, but it looked effective, and it seemed to have good balance when he stood outside the shelter and hefted the spear. He had worked on the fish spear until it had become more than just a tool. He'd spent hours and hours on it, and now it didn't work. He moved into the shallows and stood, and the fish came in. Just as before, they swarmed around his legs, some of them almost 6 inches long, but no matter how he tried, they were too fast. At first he tried throwing it in, but that had no chance. As soon as he brought his arm back, well before he threw, the movement frightened. Next he tried lunging at them, having the spear ready just above the water and thrusting with it. Finally he accepted, put the spear in the water, and waited until the fish were right in front of it. But still somehow he telegraphed his motions before he thrust, and they saw it and flashed away. He needed something to spring the spear forward. Some way to make it move faster than the fish. Some motive force. A string that snapped, or a bow with arrow. A thin long arrow with a point in the water, and the bow pulled back so that all he had to do was release the arrow. Yes, that was it. He had to invent the bow and arrow. He almost laughed as if he moved out of the water and put his shoes on. The morning sun was getting hot, and he took his shirt off. Maybe that was how it really happened, way back when. Some primitive man tried to spearfish and it didn't work, and he invented the bow and arrow. Maybe it was always that way. Discoveries happen because they needed to happen. Makes sense. He had not eaten anything yet this morning, so he had took a moment to dig up the eggs and eat one. Then he reburied them, banked the fire with a couple of thicker pieces of wood, settled the hatchet on his belt, and took the spear in his right hand and step off the lake to find wood to make a bow. He went without a shirt because something about the wood smoke smell on him kept the insects from bothering him, and he walked to the blurry patch of raspberries were starting to become overripe. Just in 2 days, they would become overripe just in 2 days, and he would have to pick as many as possible after he found the wood, but he did take a little time now to pick a few and eat them. They were full and sweet, and when he picked one, 2 others would fall off the limbs into the grass, and soon his hands and cheeks were covered with red berry juice, and he was full. That surprised him, being full. He hadn't thought he would ever be full again. Knew only the hunger, and here he was full. One turtle egg and a few handfuls of berries, and he felt full. He looked down at his stomach and saw that it was still caved in. Did not bulge out as it would have with 2 hamburgers and a freezy slush. It must have shrunk. And there was still hunger there, but not like it was, not tearing at him. This hunger that he knew would be there always, even when he had food. A hunger that made him look for things, see things. A hunger that made him hunt. He swung his eyes across the berries to make sure the bear was at his back. Then he moved down to the lake. The spear went out in front him. The spear went out before him, automatically moving the brush away. His face was walked, and brushed away from his face as he walked. And when he came to the water's edge, he swung left, not sure what he was looking for, not knowing what wood might be best for a bow. He had never made a bow, never shot a bow in his life, but it seemed that it would be the only thing. It would be along the lake near the water. He saw some young birch, and they were springy, but they lacked snap somehow. This, as did the willow, not enough whip back. Halfway up the lake, just as he started to step over a log, he was absolutely terrified at an explosion under his feet. Something like a feathered bomb blew up and away, and a flurry of leaves and thunder. It frightened him so badly that he fell back and down, and then it was gone, leaving only the image in his mind. A bird. A bird it had been, about the size of a very small chicken, only with a fantail and stubby wings that slammed against his body and made a loud noise. Noise there and gone. He got up and brushed himself off. The bird had been speckled brown and gray, and must not have been very smart because Brian's foot had been roughly on it before it flew. Half a second more and would have stepped on it and caught it, he thought, and eaten. He might be able to catch one or spear one, maybe he thought. Maybe it tastes like chicken. Maybe he could catch one and spear one, and probably did taste like chicken. Just like chicken when his mother baked it in the oven with garlic and salt and turned golden brown and crackled. Ooh. There's a picture of what seems to be like a pheasant or something. That's what Brian almost stepped on. He shook his head to drive the picture out and moved down to the shore. There was a tree there with long branches that seemed straight, and when he pulled on one of them and let go, it had almost viciously snapped too. He picked one of the limbs that seemed right and began chopping where the limb joined to the tree. The wood was hard and did not want to cause it to split, so he took his time, took small chips, and concentrated so hard that at first he didn't hear it. A persistent whine, like the insects, only more steadily, with the edge of a roar to it. With his ears was in his ears, and he chopped and cut and was thinking of a bow, how he would make a bow, how it would be when he shaped it with the hatchet, and still sound did not cut through until the limb was nearly off the tree. The wine was inside his head, and he knew it then. A plane. It was a motor, far off, but seeming to get louder. They were coming for him. He threw down the limb and his spear, and holding the hatchet, he started to run for camp. He had to get fire up on the bluff and signal them. Get fire and smoke up. And he put all of his life into his legs, jumped long logs, moved through bush like a ghost, swiveling and running, his lungs filled and blowing, and now the sound was louder, coming in his direction. If not right at him, at least closer. He could see it. All in his mind now, the picture, all the way it would be. He would get the fire going, the plane would see the smoke and circle once again and waggle its wings. It would be a float plane. It would land on the water. It would come across the lake, and the pilot would be amazed that he was still alive after all these days. All this is he saw as he ran for the camp and the fire. They would take him from there, and this night they would take him from here this night, this very night. He would sit there with his father and eat and tell him all the things. He could see it now. Oh yes, all as he ran into the sun. His legs squished, his legs liquid springs. He had gotten to camp still hearing the whine of the engine, and one stick of wood still had good flame. He dove inside, grabbed the wood, and ran around the edge of the ridge, scrambled up like a cat, and blew and nearly had a flame feeding growing when the sound moved away. It was abrupt, as if the plane had turned. He shielded the sun from his eyes and tried to see it. Tried to make the plane become real in his eyes. But the trees were so high and thick, and now the sound was still fainter. He kneeled again to the flames and blew and added grass and chips, and the flames fed and grew, and in the moments he had a bonfire as high as his head, but the sound was gone now. Look back, he thought. Look back and see the smoke now. And turn, please turn. Look back, he whispered, feeling all the pictures fade, seeing his father's face fade, like the sound, like lost dreams, like an end to hope. Oh, turn and come back, look back and see the smoke for me. But it kept moving away until he could not hear it, even in his imagination, in his soul. Gone. He stood on the bluff over the lake, his face cooking in the roaring bonfire, watching the clouds of ash and smoke going into the sky, and thought no more than a thought. He knew then that he would not get out of this place. Not now, not ever. That had been a search plane. He was sure of it. That must have been them, and they had to come as far off to the side of the plane as I thought they would have to come, and then he turned back. They did not see his smoke, did not hear the cry from his mind. They would not return. He would never leave now, never get out of here. He went down on his knees and felt the tears start cutting through the smoke and ash on his face, silently falling onto the stone. Gone, he thought finally. It was all gone. And silly and gone. All silly and gone. No bows, no spears, no fish, no berries. It was all silly anyways, all just a game. He could do a day, but not forever. He could make it if they did not come for him someday. He could not play this game without hope. He could not play this game without a dream. They had taken it all away from him now. They had turned away from him, and there was nothing for him now. The plane gone, his family gone, all of it gone. They would not come. He was alone, and there was nothing for him. That's the end of chapter 12. All right, chapter 13. Brian stood at the end of the long part of the L. of the lake and watched the water, smelled the water, listened to the water, was the water. Thank you for sharing the line. A fish moved and his eyes jerked sideways to see the ripples, but he did not move any part of his body and did not raise the bow or reach into his belt pouch for a fish arrow. It was not the right kind of fish, not a food fish. The food fish stayed close in the shallow, and did not roll that way, but made quicker movement. Food movement. The large fish rolled away. The large fish rolled and stayed deep and could not be taken. But it didn't matter. This day, this morning, he was not looking for fish. Fish was light meat, and he was sick of them. He was looking for one of the foolish birds. He called them fool birds. And there was a flock that lived near the end of the long part of the lake. But something he did not understand had stopped him, and he stood, breathing gently through his mouth to keep silent, letting his eyes and ears go out and do the work for him. It happened before this way. Something had come into him from outside to warn him, and he had stopped. Once it had been the bear again. He had been taking the last of the raspberries, and something came inside and stopped him. And when he looked where his ears said to look, there was female bear with cubs. Oh God. He had taken 2 more steps. Had he had taken 2 more steps, he would have come between a mother and her cub, and that was a bad place to be. As it was, the mother had stood off. My bad. As it was, the mother had stood and faced him and made a sound, a low sound in her throat to threaten and warn him. He paid attention to the feeling now, and he stood and waited, patiently knowing he was right and something would come. Oh boy. Turn, smell, listen, feel, and then a sound, a small sound, and he looked up and away from the lake and saw the wolf. It was halfway up the hill from the lake, standing with his head on it and his shoulders sticking out into a small opening, looking down on him with wide yellow eyes. He had never seen a wolf, and the size threw him. Not as big as a bear, but somehow seeming that large. The wolf claimed all that was below him as his own now. Took Brian as his own. Look, here's a picture of some wolves. Ooh, scary. There's a picture of the wolves that came and got Brian. Coming for him. Coming for Brian. Brian looked back and for a moment felt afraid because the wolf was so right. He knew Brian. He knew him and owned him and chose not to do anything to him. But the fear moved away, and Brian knew the wolf for what it was. Another part of the wood. Another part of it all. Brian relaxed the tension on the spear in his hand, settled the bow in his other hand from where it had started to come up. He knew the wolf now, as the wolf knew him, and he nodded to it, nodded and smiled. The wolf watched him for another time, another part of his life. Then it turned and walked effortlessly up the hill, and as it came out of the brush, it was followed by 3 other wolves, all equally large and gray and beautiful, all looking down on him as if they trotted past and away, and Brian nodded to each of them. Can you imagine seeing some wolves and being like, hey, what's up? He was not the same now. Brian that stood and watched the wolves move away and nodded to them was completely changed. Time had come, time that had measured but did care about him. Time had come into his life and moved out and left him different. In measured time, 47 days had passed since the crash. Ooh! Let's say that again. In measured time, 47 days had passed since the crash. 42 days, he thought, since he had died and been born new as Brian. This guy's been out here for over a month now. Brian's been out here for over a month. When the plane had come and gone, it had put him. Man, I feel like I missed a chapter. Plane had come and gone. It had put him down, gutted him and dropped him and left him with nothing. The rest of that first day had gone down and down until dark. He had let the fire go out. He had forgotten to eat even an egg and let his brain take him down to where he was done, where he wanted to be done and done. To where he wanted to die. He had settled into a gray funk, deeper and still deeper, until finally, in the dark, he had gone up on the ridge and taken the hatchet and tried to end it by cutting himself. Madness. A hissing madness that took his brain. There had been nothing for him then, and he tried to become nothing, but the cutting had been too hard to do. Impossible. And he had at last fallen to his side, wishing for death, wishing for an end, and slept only, didn't sleep. With his eyes closed and his mind open, he lay on the rock through the night, lay and hated and wished for it all to end, and thought the word cloud down, through that awful night. Over and over the word, wanting all his clouds to come down, but in the morning he was still there. Still there on his side, and the sun came up, and when his eyes opened, he saw the cuts on his arms, the dry blood turning black. He saw the blood and the hatred. Oh, he saw the blood and hated the blood. Hated what he had done to himself when he was the old Brian and was weak. Two things had come into his mind, two true things. He was not the same. The plane passing changed him. The disappointment cut him down and made him new. He was not the same and would never be again like he had been. That was one of the true things, the new thing. The other one was that he would not die. He would not let death in again. He was new. Of course, he had made a lot of mistakes. He had smiled now. He smiled now. Walking up the lake shore after the wolves were gone, thinking of the early mistakes, the mistakes that came before he realized that he had to find new ways to be what he had become. He had made a new fire, which was now keeping going using partially rotten wood because the plunky wood would smolder for many hours and still come back with fire. But that had been the extent of doing things right for a while. His first bow was a disaster that almost blinded him. He had sat a whole night and shaped the limbs carefully until the bow looked beautiful. Then he spent 2 days making arrows. The shafts were willow, straight, and with the bark peeled. The fire-hardened points, and split a couple of them to make fork points, as he had done with the spear. He had no feathers, so he just left them bare, figuring for fish they only had to travel a few inches. He had no string, and that threw him until he looked down at his tennis shoes. They had long laces, too long, and he found that one lace cut in half would take care of both shoes, and that left the other lace for a bowstring. Clever. Good stuff. All seemed to be going well until he tried test shot. He tried to pull the arrow string, pulled it back to his cheek, pointed it at a dirt hummock, and that precise instant the bow wood exploded into his hands, sending splinters of chips of wood into his face. 2 pieces actually struck into his forehead just above his eyes, and had they only been slightly lower, would have blinded him. Too stiff. Mistakes. In the mental journal, he listed them to tell his father, listed all the mistakes. He had made a new bow with slender limbs and more fluid, gentle pull, but could not hit the fish through though he sat in the water and was in the end surrounded by a virtual cloud of small fish. It was infuriating. He would pull the bow back, set the arrow just above the water, and when the fish was no more than an inch away, he would release the bow, only to miss. It seemed to him that the arrow had gone right through the fish again and again, but the fish didn't get hurt. Finally, after hours, he stuck the arrow down into the water, pulled the bow, and waited for a fish to come. And while he was waiting, he noticed that the water seemed to make the arrow bend and break in the middle. Of course, he had forgotten that water refracts and bends lights. Bends light. He had learned that somewhere in some class, maybe it was biology, but couldn't remember. But it did bend light, and that meant the fish were not where they appeared to be. They were lower, just below, which meant he had to aim just under them. He would not forget his first hit, not ever. A round-shaped fish with golden sides as gold as the sun, stopped right in front of the arrow, and he aimed just beneath it, at the bottom of the edge of the fish, and released the arrow, and there was a bright flurry, a splash of gold in the water. He grabbed the arrow and raised it up, and the fish was on the end, wiggling against the blue sky. Yes, got it. He held the fish against the sky until it stopped wiggling, held it, looked to the sky, and felt his throat tighten, swell, and fill with pride at what he had done. He had done food. With his bow, with an arrow fashioned by his own hands, he had done food. He had found a way to live. The bow had given him this way, and he exulted in it. In the bow, in the arrow, in the fish, in the hatchet, in the sky. He stood and walked from the water, still holding the fish and the arrow and the bow against the sky, seeing them as they hit the fish, as they fit his arms, as they were a part of him. He had food. He cut a green willow fork and held the fish over the fire until the skin crackled and peeled away, and the meat inside was flaky and moist and tender. This he picked off carefully with his fingers, tasting every piece, mashing them with his mouth, with his tongue, and to get the juices out of them, hot steaming pieces of fish. He could not, he thought then, ever get enough. And all that first new day, he spent going to the lake, shooting a fish, taking it back to the fire, cooking it, eating it, and on that way until it was dark. Solid. Got a routine going. He had taken the scraps back to the water with the thought they might work for bait, and other fish came by the hundreds to clean them up. He could take his pick. Like a store, he thought. Just like a store. He thought he could not remember how many he ate that day, but he thought it must have been over 20. It had been a feast day. His first feast day. He had a celebration of being alive and the new way he had of getting food. By the end of that day, when it was become dark, he had laid next to the fire with his stomach full of fish and grease from the meat smeared around his mouth. He could feel new hope building in him. Not hope that he would be rescued, that was gone. But his hope in his knowledge. His hope in the fact that he could learn and survive and take care of himself. Through hope, he thought that night, I am full of, or tough hope. He thought that night, I am full of tough hope. Here's some pictures of fish that he caught. Look at some lovely pictures of the fish he caught. Lovely. And that's the end of chapter 13. So Brian is making some progress. We're all proud of Brian. Look at Brian. Just out here fishing, making a bow and arrow with his shoestrings and stuff. That's crazy. Chapter 14. Mistakes. Small mistakes could turn into disaster. Funny little mistakes could snowball so that while you were still smiling at the humor, you could find yourself looking at death. In the city, if he made a mistake, usually there was a way to rectify it, make it right. If he fell on his bike and sprained his leg, he could wait for it to heal. If he forgot something at the store, he could find another food. He could find other food in the refrigerator. Now it was different, and all so quick, and so incredibly quick. If he sprained his leg here, he might starve before he could get around again. If he missed while he was hunting, or the fish moved away, he might starve. If he got sick, really sick, so he couldn't move, he might starve. Mistakes. Early in the new time, he had learned the most important thing, the truly vital knowledge that drives all creatures in the forest. Food is all. Food was simply everything. All things in the woods, from insects to fish to bears, there were always looking for food. It was great. The single driving influence of nature to eat. All must. But the way he learned, it almost killed him. His second new night, stomach full of fish and the fire smoldering in the shelter, he had been sound asleep when something he thought later it might be smell had awakened him. Near the fire, completely unafraid of the smoking coals, completely unafraid of Brian, a skunk was digging where he had buried the egg. Oh no! Here's a picture of the skunk, in case you don't know what that looks like. Here's a picture of the skunk over there. All right. There was some sliver of a moon in the faint pearl light. He could see the bushy tail, the white stripes down the back, and he nearly smiled. He did not know how a skunk had found the eggs. Some smell, perhaps. Some tiny fragment, a shell, had left the smell, but it looked almost cute. Its little head down, its little tail up as it dug, kicking the sand back. But those were his eggs, not the skunk's egg. And half of the smile had been quickly replaced with fear that he would lose his food, and he had grabbed a handful of sand and thrown it at the skunk. Get out of here, he was going to say more, some silly human words, but in less than half a second, the skunk had snapped his rear end up, curved the tail over, and sprayed Brian with a direct shot aimed at his head from less than 4 feet away. Yikes! In the tiny confines of the shelter, the effect was devastating. The thick, sulphurous, rotten odor filled the small room, heavy, ugly, and stinking. The corrosive spray that hit his face seared into his lungs, and his eyes blinded him. He screamed and threw himself sideways, taking the entire wall off the shelter, screaming and clawed out of the shelter and ran to the shore of the lake. Stumbling and tripping, he scrambled into the lake water and slammed his head back and forth, trying to wash his eyes, sloshing out the water and swashing at the water to clear out his eyes. 100 funny cartoons he had seen about skunks, few cartoons about the smell of skunks, cartoons to laugh and joke about, but when the spray hit, there was nothing funny about it. He was completely blind for almost 2 hours. A lifetime, he thought. A lifetime. He thought that might be they might be permanently blind, or at least impaired, and that he would have to that would have been the end. As it was, the pain in his eyes lasted for days, bothered him after that for 2 weeks. The smell was in the shelter, in his clothes and his hair. It's still there now, almost a month and a half later, and he nearly smiled. Mistakes. Food had to be protected. While he was in the lake trying to clear his eyes, the skunk went ahead and dug up the rest of the turtle eggs and ate every one of them. Licked all the shells clean and couldn't have cared less that Brian was thrashing in the water like a dying carp. The skunk had found food and was taking it to Brian, and Brian was paying a lesson. Protect food and have a good shelter. Not just a shelter to keep the wind and rain out, but shelter to protect, a shelter to make him safe. The day after the skunk had set about making a good place to live. The basic idea had been good. The place for his shelter was right, but he just hadn't gone far enough. He'd been lazy. But now he knew the second most important thing about nature, what drives nature. Food was first, but the work for the food went on and on. Nothing in nature was lazy. He had tried to take a shortcut and paid for it with his turtle egg, which he had come to like more than chicken eggs from the store. They had been fuller somehow and had more depth. He set about improving his shelter by tearing it down. From dead pines up the hill, he had brought down heavier logs and fastened several of them across the opening, wedging them to the top and burying the bottoms in the sand. Then he wove long branches in through them to make them truly tight, make a truly tight wall. And still not satisfied, he took even thinner branches and wove those into the first weed. When he was at last finished, he could not find a place to put his fist through. It had held together like a very stiff woven blanket. He judged the he judged the door opening to be the weakest spot, and here he took special time to weave a door of willows in so tight, a mesh that no matter how a skunk tried, or porcupine, he thought, looking at the marks at his legs, it could possibly not get through. He had no hinges, but arranging some cut off limbs at the top and in the right way, he had a method to hook the door in place. And when he was in and the door was hung, he felt relatively safe. A bear, something big, could still get in by tearing at it, but nothing small could bother him, and the weave and the structure still allowed the smoke to filter through and out the top. All in all, it took him 3 days to make the shelter, stopping to shoot fish and eat as he went, bathing 4 times a day and trying to get the smell of the skunk to leave. When his house was finally done right, he turned to the constant problem: food. It was still right to hunt. It was all right to hunt and eat, or fish and eat. But what happened? Oh my man, what happened if he had to go a long time without food? What happened if the berries were gone and he had to go and he got sick or hurt? Thinking of the skunk laid up temporarily. He needed a way to store food, a place to store it, and maybe he needed food to store mistakes. He tried to learn from mistakes. He couldn't bury food again, couldn't leave it in the shelter because something like a bear could get at it right away. It had to be high, somehow high and safe. Above the door to the shelter, up the rock face about 10 feet, was a small ledge that could make a natural storage place. Unreachable to animals, except that it was unreachable to him as well. Ooh. A ladder, of course. He needed a ladder, but he had no way to fashion one, nothing to hold the steps on, and that stopped him until he found a dead pine with many small branches still sticking out. Using his hatchet, he chopped the branches off so they stuck out 4 to 5 inches all up along the log. Then he cut along the log itself about 10 feet along and dragged it down to his shelter. It was a little heavy, but dry, and he could manage. And when he popped it up, he found he could climb to the ledge with ease, though the tree did roll from side to side a bit as he climbed. That's nerve-wracking. His food shelf, as he thought of it, had been covered with bird manure, and he carefully scraped it clean with sticks. He'd never seen birds there, but that was probably because the smoke from the fire went up there and right across the opening, and they didn't like the smoke. Still, he had learned, and he took time to weave a snug door from a small opening with the green willows, cutting it so that it jammed in tightly, and when he finished, he stood back and looked at the rock face. His shelter below, the food shelf above, and allowed a small bit of pride to come. Good. Not bad, he had thought. Not bad for somebody who used to have trouble greasing the bearings of his bicycle. Not bad at all. Mistakes. He had made a good shelter and food itself and a food shelf, but he had no food except for fish and the last of the berries. And the fish, as good as they still tasted then, were not something he could store. His mother had left some salmon out by mistake one time, and they went on an overnight trip to Cape Hesper to visit relatives. When they got back, the smell of the fish filled the whole house. There was no way to store fish. At least he thought no way to store them dead. But he looked at the weave of his structure, thought came to him, and he moved down to the water. He had been putting the waste from the fish back into the water, and the food had attracted hundreds of new ones. I wonder. They seemed to come easily to the food, at least the small one. He had no trouble now shooting them, and had even speared one with his old fish spear. Now he knew to aim low. He could dangle something in his fingers, and they came right up to it. It might be possible, he thought, might just be possible to trap them, make some kind of pond. To his right, at the base of the rock bluff, there were piles of smaller rocks that had fallen from the main chunk, splinters and hunks, from double fist size to some as large as his head. He spent an afternoon carrying rocks to the beach and making what amounted to a large pen for holding live fish. Two rock arms that stuck out about 15 feet into the lake and curved together at the end. Where the arms came together, he left an opening of about 2 feet across. Then he sat along the shore and waited. When he had first started dropping the rocks, all the fish had darted away. But his fish trash pile of bones and skin and guts was in the pond area, and the prospect of food brought them back. Soon, under an hour, there were 30 or 40 small fish in the enclosure. Brian made a gate by weaving small willows together into the frame mesh and closed them in. Fresh fish, he yelled. I have fresh fish for sale. Storing live fish to eat later had been a major breakthrough, he thought. It wasn't just keeping from starving, it was trying to save ahead, think ahead. Of course, he didn't know then how sick he would get of fishing. And that's the end of chapter 14. Alrighty. Sponsor me, Coke. Chapter 15. The days have folded into one another and mixed so that after 2 or 3 weeks, the only new time had passed in days because he made a mark for each day in the same stone near the door of his shelter. Real time he measured in events. A day was nothing, not a thing to remember. It was just sun coming up, sun going down, some light in the middle. But events were burned into his memory. And so he used them to remember time, to know and to remember what had happened, to keep a mental journal. There had been the day of first meet. There had been a day that had started like the rest, up after the sun, clean the camp, and make sure that there's enough wood for another night. But it was a long time of eating fish and looking for berries, and he craved more. Craved more food, heavier food, deeper food. He craved meat. He thought in the night now of meat. Thought of his mother's cooking a roast, or dreamed of turkey. And one night he awakened before he had put wood on the fire with his mouth making saliva and the taste of pork chops in his mouth. So real, and all in a dream. But it left him intent on getting meat. He had been working farther and farther out for wood, sometimes now going nearly a quarter of a mile away from camp for wood. And he saw many small animals. Squirrels were everywhere, small red ones that chattered at him and seemed to swear and jump from limb to limb. There were also many rabbits, large gray ones with a mix of reddish fur, smaller, fast gray ones that he saw only at dawn. Larger ones sometimes sat until he was quite close. Then bounded and jerked 2 or 3 steps before freezing again. He thought if he worked at it and practiced, he might hit one of the larger rabbits with an arrow or spear. Never the smaller ones or the squirrels. They were too small and fast. Then there were the fool birds. They exasperated him to the point where they were close to driving him insane. The birds were everywhere, 5 to 6 a flock. Their camouflage was so perfect that it was possible for Brian to sit and rest leaning against a tree with one of them standing right in front of him in a willow clump 2 feet away, hidden, only to explode into deafening flight just when Brian least expected it. He just couldn't see them, couldn't figure out how to locate them before they flew because they stood so perfectly still and blended in so perfectly well. And what made it worse was that they were so dumb, or seemed to be dumb. And that was almost insulting the way they kept hiding from him. Nor could he get used to the way they exploded up when they flew. It seemed like every time he went for food, which was every morning, he spent the whole time jumping and jerking in fright as he walked. On one memorable morning, he actually reached for a piece of wood, what he thought was a pitchy stump at the base of a dead birch, his fingers close to touching it, only to have it blow up in his face. But on the day of the first meet, he decided the best thing to try for would be a fool bird. And that morning, he had set out with his bow and a spear to get one, to stay with it until he got one and ate some meat. Not to get wood, not to find berries, but to get a bird and eat some meat. At first, the hunt had not gone well. He saw plenty of birds working up along the side of the lake to the end, then down the other side, but he only saw them after they flew. He had to find a way to see them first, see them and get close enough to either shoot them with the bow or use the spear, and he could not find a way to see them. When he had gone halfway around the lake and had jumped up 20 or so birds, he finally gave up and sat at the base of the tree. He had to work this out, see what he was doing wrong. There were birds there, and he knew, and he had eyes. He just had to bring those two together. Looking wrong, he thought. Am I looking wrong? More than I thought that I am being wrong somehow. I am doing this. Fine. Sarcasm came into his thoughts. I know that. Thank you. I know I'm doing this wrong. But what is right? The morning sun, it had cooked him until it seemed his brain was frying, sitting in the tree. But nothing came until he got up and started to walk again, and hadn't gone 2 steps when a bird got up. It had been there all the time while he was thinking about how to see them right next to him, right there. He almost screamed. But this time, when the bird flew, something caught his eye, and it was the secret key. The bird cut down toward the lake, then seeing it couldn't land in the water, returned and flew back uphill into the trees. When it turned, curving through the trees, the sun had caught it, and Brian, for an instant, saw it as a shape, sharp pointed in front, back from the head, and streamlined bullet shaped to a fat body. Kind of like a pear, he had thought, with a point on one end and a fat little body, a flying pear. And that had been the secret. He had been looking for feathers, for the color of the bird, for a bird sitting there. He had to look for the outline instead. He had to see the shape instead of the feathers or color. He had to train his eyes to see the shape. It was like turning on a television. Suddenly, he could see things he never saw before. In just moments, it seemed he saw 3 birds before they flew. Saw them sitting, got close to one of them, moving slowly, got close to another to try to shoot with his bow. He had missed that time, and had missed many more times. But he saw them. He saw their little fat shapes with the pointed head sticking in the brush all over the place. Time and time again, he hailed and let arrows fly, but he still had no feathers on top of the arrows, and they were little more than sticks that flopped out of the bow, sometimes going sideways. Even when a bird was 7 or 8 feet away, the arrow would turn without feathers and stabilize it and hit a brush or a twig. After a time, he gave up with the bow. He had worked all night for fish when they came right to the end of the arrow, but it wasn't any good for a kind of distance, at least not the way it is now. But he had carried his fish spear, the original one with the 2 prongs. He moved the bow to his left hand and carried the spear with his right. Thank you for the little crown. Rosie, thank you so much. He tried throwing the spear, but he was not good enough and not fast enough. The birds could fly amazingly fast and get up fast. But in the end, he found that if he saw the bird sitting and move sideways towards it, not directly towards it, but at an angle back and forth, he could get close enough to put the spear point out ahead almost to the bird and thrust lunge with it. He came close twice, and then down along the lake, not far from the beaver house, he got his first meat. You hear that, Edna? The bird had sat and he had lunged, and the 2 points took the bird back down to the ground and killed it instantly. It had fluttered a bit, and Brian grabbed it and held it with both hands until he was sure it was dead. Then he picked up the spear and the bow and trotted back around the lake to his shelter where the fire had burned down to glowing coals. He sat looking at the bird, wondering what to do. With the fish, he just cooked them whole, left everything in, and picked the meat off. This was different. He would have to clean it. It had always been so simple at home. He would go to the store, get a chicken, and it was all clean and neat. No feathers, no insides, and his mother would bake it in the oven and he would eat it. His mother from the time before would bake. Now he had the bird, but he had never cleaned one, never taken the insides out or gotten rid of feathers. And he didn't know where to start. But he wanted the meat, had to have the meat, and that drove him. In the end, the feathers came off easily. He tried to pluck them out, but the skin was so fragile that that pulled off as well. So he pulled the skin off the bird like peeling an orange. He thought, sort of. Except that when the skin was orange, or the skin was gone, insides fell out of the back end. God. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the likes over on TikTok. He was immediately caught in a cloud of raw odor, a kind of steamy dung odor that came from the greasy coil of the insides that fell from the bird, and he nearly threw up. But there was something else to the smell as well. Some kind of richness that went with his hunger and that overcame the sick smell. He quickly cut off the neck with his hatchet, cut the feet off the same way, and in his hand he held something like a small chicken with dark, fat, thick breast and small leg. He set up some sticks on the shelter wall and took the feathers and the insides down to the water to his fish pond. The fish would eat them or what they could, and the feeding action would bring more fish. On second thought, he took out the wing and the tail feathers, which were stiff and long and pretty, banded and speckled in brown and grays and light red. There might be some use for them, he thought. Maybe work them onto the arrows somehow. The rest he threw in the water. Saw the small round fish began tearing at it and washing his hands. Back to the shelter, the flies were on the meat and he brushed them off. It was amazing how fast they came. But when he built up the fire and the smoke increased, the flies almost magically disappeared. He pushed a pointed stick through the bird and held it over the fire. The fire was too hot. The flames hit the fat and the bird almost ignited. He held it higher, but the heat was worse. And finally he moved it to the side a bit and there seemed to cook properly. Except that it only cooked on one side, and all the juice dripped off. He had to rotate it slowly, and that was hard to do with his hands, so he found a forked stick and stuck it in the sand and put his cooking stick in it. He turned it, and in this way he found a proper method to cook the bird. In minutes, the outside was cooked, and the odor came up was almost the same as the odor when his mother baked chickens in the oven, and he didn't think he could stand it. When he tried to pull a piece of the breast off the meat, it was still raw inside. Patience, he thought. So much of this was patience. Waiting and thinking and doing things right. So much of all this, so much of all living was patience and thinking. He settled back, turning the bird slowly, letting the juices go back into the meat, letting it cook and smell and cook. And there came a time when it didn't matter if the meat was done or not. It was black on the inside or hard or hot. He would eat it. He tore a piece from the breast, a sliver of meat, and put it in his mouth and chewed as slowly and carefully as he could to get all the taste. And he thought, never in all the food, all the hamburgers, all the milk, all the fries or meals at home, never in the candy or pies or cake, never in all the roasts or steaks or pizzas, never in all the submarine sandwiches, never had he tasted anything as fine as that first bite. First meat. All right. There's a picture of the meat. Look at it. There it is. Good for him. He got a bird, right? Good job. I could only imagine. Can you imagine only eating berries and like a little bit of fish for weeks on end, and you finally cook your first bird? Oh my god, that would be amazing. And that's the end of chapter 15, by the way. Chapter 16. And now he stood at the end of the long part of the lake and was not the same. Would not be the same again. There had been many first days. First arrow day, when he first used thread from his tattered old piece of windbreaker and some pitch from a stump to put slivers of feather on a dry willow shaft and make an arrow that would fly correctly. Not accurately. He never really got good with that. But correctly, so that if a rabbit or a fool bird sat in one place long enough, close enough, he had enough arrows he could hit it. That brought first rabbit day. When he killed one of the large rabbits with an arrow and skinned it as he had the first bird cooked in the same to find the meat as good. Not as rich as the bird, but still good. And there were strips of fat on the back of the rabbit that cooked into meat to make it richer. Now he went back and forth between rabbits and fool birds when he could, filling in with fish in the middle. Always hungry. Always hungry. I'm always hungry, but I can do it. But I can do it now. I can get food, and I know I can get food, and it makes me more. I know what I can do. He moved closer to the lake to a stand of nut bush. These were thick bushes with little stickler pods that held green nuts. Nuts that he thought he might be able to eat yet, but they weren't ripe yet. He was out for a fool bird, and they liked to hide in the base of the thick part of the nut brush, but back in where the stems were close and they provided cover. In the second clump, he saw a bird. Moved close to it, paused, and when the head feathers came up and made it sound like a cricket, a sign of alarm just before it flew, then moved closer when the feathers went down and the bird relaxed. He did this 4 times, never looking at the bird directly, moving toward it at an angle so that it seemed he was moving off to the side. He had perfected this method after many attempts, and it worked so well that he had actually caught one bird with his bare hand, until he was standing less than 3 feet from the bird, which was frozen in hiding attitude in the bush. The bird held him The bird held for him, and he put an arrow to the bow, one of the feathered arrows, not a fish arrow, and drew and released. It was a clean miss, and it took another arrow out of the cloth pouch at his belt, which he'd made from a piece of his windbreaker sleeve, tied at one end to make a bottom. The fool bird sat still for him, and he did not look directly at it until he drew a second arrow and aimed and released and missed again. This time the bird jerked a bit, and the arrow struck next to him. As the arrow struck next to it so close, it almost brushed its breast. Brian only had 2 more arrows, and he debated moving slowly to change the spear over to his right hand and use that to kill the bird. One more shot, he decided. He would try it again. He slowly brought another arrow out, put it on the string, and aimed and released. And this time, the flurry of feathers that meant he had made it hit. The bird had been struck off center and was flopping around wildly. Brian jumped on it, grabbed it, and slammed it against the ground once, sharply, to kill it. Then he stood and retrieved his arrows and made sure they were all right and went down to the lake to wash the blood off his hand. He kneeled at the water's edge and put the dead bird and his weapons down and dipped his hands into the water. It was very nearly the last act of his life. Later, he would not know why, when he started to turn, some smell or sound, a tiny brushing sound, but something caught his ear or nose, and he began to turn and had his head half around when he saw a brown wall of fur detach itself from the forest to the rear and came down on him like a running truck. He just had time to see that it was a moose. He knew from the pictures, but could not guess how large they were. When it hit him, how large they were when it hit him. Sorry. It was a cow, and she had no horns, but she took him in the left side of the back with her forehead, took him and threw him into the water, and then came after him to finish the job. He had another half second to fill his lungs with air, and she was on him again, using her head to drive him into the mud of the bottom. Insane, he thought. Just that, the word insane. Mud filled his eyes, his ears. The horn boss on the moose drove him deeper and deeper into the bottom muck. And suddenly it was over, and he felt alone. He sputtered to the surface, sucking air and fighting panic, and when he wiped the mud and water out of his eyes, he cleared them. He saw the cow standing sideways to him, not 10 feet away, calmly chewing on a lily pad root. She did not appear to even see him, or didn't seem to care about him. And Brian turned carefully and began to swim crawl out of the water. As soon as he moved, the hair on her back went up, and she charged him again, using her head and front hooves this time, slamming them back down into the water. On his back this time, he screamed into the air out of his lungs and hammered on her head with his fists and filled his throat with water as she left again. Oh my God! Here's the moose that's attacking him. I do not remember this part. I do not remember this part where he's getting messed up by a moose. That's crazy. Once more he came to the surface, but he was hurt now. Hurt inside. Hurt in his ribs. And he stayed hunched over, pretended to be dead. She was standing again, eating. Brian studied her out of one eye, looking to the bank with the other, wondering how seriously injured he was. Wondering if she would let him go this time. Insane. He started to move ever so slowly. Her head reared and her back hair went up, like the hair on an angry dog, and he stopped. He stopped. Took a slow breath. The hair went down and she ate. Move, hair up, stop, hair down. Move, hair up, a half foot at a time until he was at the edge of the water. He stayed on his hands and knees. Indeed, he was hurt, so he wasn't sure he could walk anyway. And she seemed to accept that and let him crawl slowly out of the water and up into the trees, into the bush. When he was behind a tree, he stood carefully and took stock. Legs seemed all right, but his ribs were hurt bad. He could only take short breaths, and then he had a jabbing pain. His right shoulder seems to be wrenched somehow. Also, his bow and spear and foolbird were all in the water. At least he could walk, and he had just about decided to leave everything when the cow moved out of the deeper water and left him. As quickly as she'd come, walking down along the shoreline in the shallow water with her long legs making sucking sounds when she pulled them free of mud. Hanging on a pine limb, he watched her go, half expecting her to turn and come back and run over him again. But she kept going, and when she was well gone from sight, he went back to the bank and found the bird, then waited out a bit to get his bow and spear. Neither of them were broken, and the arrows, incredibly, were still on his belt and in the pouch, although messed up with the mud and water. It took him most of an hour to work his way back around the lake. His legs worked well enough, but if he took 2 or 3 fast steps, he would begin to breathe deeply, and the pain from his ribs would stop him, and he would have to lean against a tree until he could slow back down to shallow breathing. She had done more damage than he had originally thought. The insane cow. No sense to it at all. Just madness. When he got to the shelter, he crawled inside and was grateful that the coals were still glowing and that he had thought to get wood first thing in the mornings to be ready for the day. Grateful that he had thought to get enough wood for 2 or 3 days at a time. Grateful that he had a fish nearby and if he needed to eat. Grateful, finally, as he dozed off, that he was alive. So insane, he thought, letting sleep cover the pain in his chest. Such an insane attack for no reason, and he fell asleep with his mind trying to make the moose have reason. The noise awakened him. It was a low sound, a low roaring sound that came from wind. His eyes snapped open, not because it was loud, but because it was new. He had felt wind in his shelter, felt the rain that came with the wind, and had heard thunder many times in the past 47 days. But not this noise. Low, almost alive, almost from a throat somehow. The sound, the noise, was a roar. A far-off roar, but coming at him. And when he was fully awake, he sat up in the darkness, grimacing with pain from his rib. The pain was different now, a tightened pain, and it seemed less. But the sound, so strange, he thought. A mystery sound, a spirit sound, a bad sound. He took some small wood and got the fire going again. Felt some little comfort and cheer from the flames, but also felt that he should get ready. He did not know how, but he should get ready. The sound was coming for him, just for him, and he had to get ready. The sound wanted him. He found the spear and the bow were there. Were where they were hanging on the pegs of the shelter wall, and brought his weapons to the bed, and he made a pile of pine boughs. More comfort. But like the comfort of the flames, it didn't work with his new threat that he didn't understand yet. Restless threat, he thought, and stood out of the shelter, away from the flames, to study the sky, but it was too dark. The sound meant something to him, something from his memory, something he had read about, something he had seen on television, something. Oh, he thought. Oh no. It was wind. Wind like the sound of a train, with the low belly roar of a train. It was a tornado. That was it. The roar of a train meant bad wind, and it was coming for him. God, he thought, on top of the moose, not this. But it was too late to do anything. The strange silliness he looked stillness, he looked to the night sky, then turned back into his shelter and was leaning over to go through the door opening when it hit. Later, he would think of it and find that it was the same as the moose, just insanity. He was taken in the back by some mad force and driven into the shelter onto his face, slammed down into the pine branches of his bed. At the same time, the wind tore at the fire and sprayed the red coals and sparks into the cloud around him. Then it backed out, seemed to hesitate momentarily, then returned with a massive roar. A roar that took his ears and mind and body. He was whipped against the front of the wall of the shelter like a rag, felt a ripping pain at his ribs again, then was hammered back down into the sand once more, while the wind took the whole wall, his bed, the fire, his tools, all of it, and threw it out into the lake. Gone out of sight, gone forever. He felt a burning on his neck and reached up to find red coals there. He brushed those off, found more in his pants, brushed those away. And the wind hit again. Heavy gusts, tearing gusts. He heard the tree snapping, and the forest around the rock. Felt the body slipping out, the claws at the end of the rocks to hold himself down. He couldn't think, just held and knew that he was praying, but didn't know what the prayer was. Knew that he wanted to be, stay, to be, and then the wind moved to move to the lake. Brian heard the great roaring, sucking sounds of water and opened his eyes to see the lake torn by wind, the water slamming in great waves and went in all ways, fought each other, and then rose and spout out of water going up into the night sky like a wet column of light. It was beautiful and terrible at the same time. The tornado tore one more time at the shore at the opposite side of the lake. Brian could hear trees being ripped down, and then when it was done, gone as rapidly as it had come. It left nothing but Brian in the pitch dark. In the pitch dark. He could find nothing of where his fire had been, not a spark, nothing of his shelter, tools, or bed. Even the body of the fool bird was gone. I am back to nothing, he thought, trying to find things in the dark, back to where I was when I crashed. Hurt in the dark, just the same. As if to emphasize his thought, the mosquito, with the fire being gone, protective smoke no longer saving him, came back in a thick, nostril-clogging swarm. All that was left was the hatchet at his belt, still there, but now it began to rain, and in this downpour, he would never find anything dry enough to get a fire going. And the last, he pulled his battered body back under the overhang where his bed had been and wrapped his arms around his rib. Sleep couldn't come with the insects ripping at him, so he lay the rest of the night slapping mosquitoes and chewing with his mind all day on the day. This morning, he had a almost fat, happy, sure of everything, had been fat, happy, and sure of everything, with good weapons and food and the sun in his hand or in his face and things looking good and for the future. And inside of one day, just one day, he had been run over by a moose and a tornado, had lost everything, and was back to square one, just like that. A flip of some giant coin, and he was the loser. But there was a difference now, he thought. There really was a difference. I might be hit, but I'm not done. When the light comes, I'll start to rebuild. I'll still have the hatchet, and that's all I had in the first place. Come on, he thought, baring his teeth in the darkness. Come on. It is the best you can do. Is that the best you can do? Is that all you can hit me with? A moose and a tornado? Well, he thought, holding his ribs and smiling, then spitting mosquitoes out of his mouth. Well, that won't get the job done. That was the difference now. He had changed. He was tough. I am tough where it counts. Tough in the head. In the end, right before dawn, a kind of cold snap came down. Something else new. This cold snap. And the mosquitoes settled back into the damp grass and under the leaves, and he could sleep or doze. And the last thought he had the morning as he closed his eyes was, I hope the tornado hit the moose. He awakened. The sun was cooking the inside of his mouth, and he had dried his tongue to leather. He had fallen into a deeper sleep with his mouth open just at dawn, and it tasted as if he'd been sucking on foot all night. He rolled out and almost bellowed with pain from his rib. They had tightened in the night and seemed to pull at his chest when he moved. He slowed his movements and stood slowly, without stretching unduly, and went to the lake for a drink. At the shore he kneeled carefully with the greatness and drank and rinsed his mouth. To his right he saw the fish pond was still there, although the willow gate that had gone was gone and there were no fish. They'll come back, he thought. As soon as I can make a spear and bow, I'll get one or two for bait and they'll all come back. He turned to look at his shelter, saw some of the wood for the wall was scattered on the beach, but was still there, then saw his bow jammed into a drift log, broken but with precious string still intact. Not so bad now. Not so bad. He looked down the shoreline for in other parts of his wall, and that's when he saw it. Out of the lake, in a short part of the L, something curved and yellow was sticking 6 to 8 inches out of the water. It was a bright color. Not an earth or natural color. And for a second, he could not place it. Then he knew what it was. It was the tail of the plane, he said aloud, half expecting to hear somebody answer him. There it was, sticking up out of the water. The tornado must have flipped the plane around somehow when it hit the lake, changed the position of the plane, and raised the tail. Well, he thought, well, just look at that. And at that same moment, a cutting thought hit him. He thought of the pilot, still in the plane, and that brought a shiver and massive sadness that seemed to settle him like a weight, and he thought that he should say or do something for the pilot, some word. But he didn't know any of the right word, the religious word. Look, this is the plane. Look, the plane. It's a little more than a few inches, but whatever. So he went down to the side of the water, looked at the plane, and focused his mind, the way he did when he was hunting the fool birds and wanted to concentrate. Focused it on the pilot and thought, have rest forever. And that's the end of chapter 16. Woof! Woof! That was a rough one. I do not remember the moose. I do not remember the tornado. Man, he just got his world rocked. But he's changed. Brian has changed. He can roll with those punches now. He can roll with them. Chapter 17. He turned back to his campsite and looked to the wreckage. He had a lot to do. Rebuild his shelter, get a new fire going, find some food, or get ready to find some food, make weapons. He had a lot of work to do slowly because his ribs hurt. First things first, he tried to find some dry grass and twigs, then peeled bark from nearby birch to shred into fire nest. He worked slowly, but even so, with his new skill, he had a fire going in less than an hour. The flames cut the cool, damp morning, crackled, and did much to bring up his spirit. Not to mention chasing away the incessant mosquitoes. With the fire going, he searched for dry wood. The rain had driven water into virtually all the wood he could find, and at last located some in the thick evergreen where the top branches had covered the lower dead ones, keeping them dry. He had great difficulty breaking them, not being able to pull much with his arm or his chest muscles, but finally got enough to keep the fire going all day and into the night. With that, he rested a bit, eased his chest, and then set about getting shelter squared away. Okay. Much of the wood from his original wall was still nearby, and up in back of the ridge, he actually found a major section of the weave still intact. The wind had torn it out, lifted it, and thrown it to the top of the ridge, and Brian felt lucky. Once more that he had not been killed or seriously injured, much would have been which would have been the same, he thought. If he couldn't hunt, he would die, and if he were injured badly, he would not be able to hunt. He jerked and dragged wood around until the wall was once more in place, crudely, but he could improve it later. He had no trouble finding enough pine boughs to make a new bed. The storm had torn the forest into pieces. Up in the back of the ridge, it looked like a giant had become angry and used some kind of massive meat grinder on the trees. Huge pines were twisted and snapped off, blown sideways. The ground was so littered with limbs and treetops sticking every which way that it was hard to get through. He pulled enough thick limbs in for a bed, green and spicy with new broken sap smell. And by evening he was exhausted, hungry and hurting, but he had something close to a place to live again, a place to be. Tomorrow, he thought, as he lay back in the darkness, tomorrow maybe the fish will be back, and we would be able to make a new spear and a new bow and get some food. Tomorrow he would find food and refine the camp and bring things back to sanity from the one completely insane day. He faced the fire, curving his body. He rested his head on his arm and began to sleep with a picture came into his head. The tail of the plane sticking out of the water. There it was, the tail sticking up. And inside the plane, near the tail somewhere, was the survival pack. It must have survived the crash because the plane's main body was still intact. That was the picture. The tail sticking. The tail sticking up and the survival pack inside. Right there in his mind, as he dozed, his eyes snapped open. If I could get the pack, he thought. Oh, if I could get the pack. It probably has food and knives and matches. It might have a sleeping bag. It might have fishing gear. Oh, it must have so many wonderful things. It could, if I could get the pack, it just might get me some of those things. I would be rich. So rich I could get the pack if I could get the pack. Tomorrow. He watched the flames and smiled. Tomorrow I'll see. All things come tomorrow. He slept deep and down with only the picture of the plane tail sticking up in his mind. A healing sleep. In the morning, he rolled out before true light. In the gray dawn, he built up the fire and found more wood of the day, feeling almost chipper because his ribs were much better now. With camp ready for the day, he looked at the lake. Part of him half expected the plane tail to be gone, sunk back into the depths. But he saw that it was still there, didn't seem to have moved at all. He looked down at his feet and saw that there was some fish in the pen looking for the tiny bits of bait still left from before the wind came. He fought impatience to get on the plane project and remembered what he had learned. First food, because food made strength. First food, then thought, then action. There were fish at hand. He might not be able to get anything from the plane. That was all a dream. The fish were real, and his stomach, even his new shrunken stomach, was sending signals that it was savagely empty. He made a fish spear with 2 points, not peeling the bark all the way back, just working on the pointed end, and it took him an hour or so, and all the time he worked, he sat looking at the tail of the plane sticking up in the air. His hands working on the spear, his mind working on the problem of the plane. When the spear was done, although still crude, he jammed a wedge between the points, spread them apart, and went to fish the pond. There were not clouds of fish, but at least 10. He picked one of the larger ones, a round fish almost 6 inches long, and put the spear point in the water, held it, then thrust with a flicking motion of his wrist, and with his wrist, and when the fish was just above the point. The fish was pinned neatly, and it took 2 more with the same ease, then carried all 3 back up to the fire. He had a fish board now, a piece of wood he had flattened out with the hatchet that leaned up by the fire cooking fish so he didn't have to hold the stick all the time. He put the 3 fish on the board, um, pushed sharpened pegs through their tails on into cracks onto the board, and propped it next to the reddest part of the coal. In moments, the fish were hissing and cooking with the heat, and as soon as they were done, when he could stand the smell no longer, he picked the steaming meat from under the loosened skin and ate it. The fish did not fill him, did not even come close. Fish meat was too light for that, but they gave him strength. He could feel it moving into his arms and legs, and he began to work on the plane project. While making the spear, he decided that what he would have to do was make a raft to push paddle the raft to the and push paddle the raft to the plane and tie it there for a working base. Somehow he would have to get into the tail inside the plane, rip or cut his way in, and however he did it would need an operating base of some kind, a raft, which he found ruefully was much easier said than done. There were plenty of logs around. The shore was littered with driftwood, new and old, tossed up and scattered by the tornado, and it was simple matter to find 4 of them about the same length, to pull them together. Keeping them together was the problem. Without rope or cross pieces, the nails, the logs would just get rolled and separate. He tried wedging them together, crossing them over each other. Nothing seemed to work. And he needed a stable platform to get the job done. It was becoming frustrated, and he had a momentary loss of temper. He would, as he would have done in the past when he was the other person. At that point, he sat back on the beach and studied the problem again. Sense, he had to use sense. That's all it took to solve problems, just sense. Then it came. The logs he had selected were too smooth and round and had no limbs. What he needed were logs with limbs sticking out, and then he could cross the limbs of one of the logs over the limbs of the other and weave them together, as he had done with his wall, and the food shelf cover, and the fish gate. He scanned the area above the beach and found 4 dry treetops that had been broken off by the storm. These had limbs, and he dragged them to his area of work at the water's edge and fitted them together. It took most of the day. The limbs were cluttered and stuck any which way, and he would have cut one into another to make it fit, then cut another for a log to come back for the first one, then still another from a third log would have had to been pulled in. But at last, in the late afternoon, he was done with the raft, which he called Brush Pile 1 for its look. Hung together even as he pulled it into the water off the beach. It floated well. If low in the water, and in the excitement, he started for the plane. He could not stand on it, but would have to swim alongside it. He was out to chest depth when he realized he had no way to keep the raft at the plane. He needed some way to tie it in place so he could work from it. And for a moment, he was stymied. He had no rope, only the bowstring and the other cut shoestring in his tennis shoes, which were by now looking close to dead. His toes showing at the top. Then he remembered his windbreaker, and he found the tattered part and he used for an arrow pouch. He tore it into narrow strips and tied them together to make a rope or tie down about 4 feet long. It wasn't strong, but he couldn't use it to pull a Tarzan and swing. He couldn't use it to pull Tarzan and swing from a tree, but it should hold the raft to the plane. Once more, he slid the raft off the beach and into the water until he was chest deep. He had left his tennis shoes in the shelter, and when he felt the sand turn to mud between his toes, he kicked off the bottom and began to swim. Pushing the raft, he figured, was about like trying to push an aircraft carrier. All the branches that struck down into the water dragged and pulled the logs themselves. Fought any forward motion and hadn't gone 20 feet when he realized that it was going to be much harder than he thought to get the raft to the plane. It barely moved, and if he kept going this way, he would just about reach the plane at dark. He decided to turn back again, spend the night, and start early in the morning, and he pulled the raft once more onto the sand and scraped it dry with his hand. Patient. He was better now, but impatience still ground him at a bit, so he sat at the edge of the fish pond with a new spear and took 3 more fish. Cooked them up and ate them, which helped to pass the time until dark. He also dragged in more wood, endless wood, and then relaxed and watched the sunset over the trees in the back of the ridge. West, he thought. I'm watching the sunset in the west, and that was north, where his father was, and that was east, and that was south, and somewhere to the south and east his mother would be. The news would be on television. He could visualize more easily his mother doing things than his father because he had never been where his father lived now. He knew everything about his mother lived, so she would have the small television in the kitchen counter on and be watching the news, talking about how awful it is in South Africa or how cute the baby in the commercial looked, talking and making sounds, cooking. He jerked his mind back to the lake. There was a great beauty there. Almost unbelievable beauty. The sun exploded the sky, just blew it up with the setting color, and the color came down into the water of the lake. It lit the trees, amazing beauty, and wished that he could share it with somebody and say, look there, and over there, and you see that? But even alone, it was beautiful, and he fed the fire to cut the night chill. There it is again, he thought, the late summer chill in the air, the smell of fall. He went to sleep thinking a kind of reverse question. He did not know if he would ever get out of it. He could not see how it might be. But if he did somehow get home and back to living the way he had lived, would it be just the opposite? Would he be sitting watching television and suddenly think about the sunset up back at the ridge and wonder how the color looked at the lake? Sleep. In the morning, the chill was more pronounced, and he could see tiny wisps of vapor from his breath. He threw wood on the fire and blew it until it flamed, then banked the flames to last, and went down to the lake. Perhaps because the air was so cool, the water felt warm as he waded in. He made sure the hatchet was still at his belt, and the raft still held together. Then set out pushing the raft and kicking swimming toward the tail of the plane. As before, it was very hard going. Once an eddy of breeze came against him, and he seemed to be standing still. And by the time he was close enough to the tail to see the rivets in the aluminum, he had pushed and kicked for over 2 hours, was nearly exhausted, and wished he had taken some time to get a fish or two and have breakfast. He was also wrinkled as a prune and ready for a break. The tail looked much larger when he got next to it, with a major part of the vertical stabilizer showing and the perhaps half dozen of the elevator. Only a short piece of the top of the fuselage of the plane's body toward the tail was out of the water, just a curve of aluminum. At first he could see no plane to tie the aircraft, but he pulled himself along the elevators to the end, and he found a gap that went in up by the hinges where he could feed his rope through. With the raft secure, he climbed on top of it and lay on his back for 15 minutes, resting and letting the sun warm him. The job, he thought, looked impossible. To have any chance of success, he would have to be strong when he started. Somehow, he had to get inside the plane. All openings, even the small rear cargo hatch, were underwater. So he couldn't get at them without diving and coming up inside the plane, where he would be trapped. He shuddered at the thought and then remembered what was in front of the plane. Down at the bottom of the lake, still strapped in the seat, the body of the pilot. Sitting there with water. Sitting there in the water, Brian could see him, the big man with his hair waving in the current, his eyes open. Stop, he thought. Stop now. Stop that thinking. He was nearly at the point of swimming back to shore and forgetting the whole thing, but the image of the survival pack kept him. If he could get it out of the plane, or if he could just get into the plane and pull something out, a candy bar, even that, just a candy bar, it would be worth it. But how to get inside the plane? He rolled off the raft and pulled himself around the plane. No opening. 3 times he put his face in the water and opened his eyes and looked down. The water was murky, but he could see perhaps 6 feet, and there was no obvious way to get into the plane. He was blocked. And that's the end of chapter 17. All right. Chapter 18. Brian worked around the tail. Let me start over. Chapter 18. Brian worked around the tail of the plane 2 more times, pulling himself along on the stabilizer and the elevator, but there was simply no way in. Stupid, he thought. I was stupid to think I could just come out here and get inside the plane. Nothing is that easy. Not out here, not in this plane, nothing is. He slammed his fists against the body of the plane, and to his complete surprise, the aluminum covering gave easily under his blow. He hit it again, and once more it bent and gave, and he found that even when he didn't strike it, but just pushed it, it still moved. It was really, he thought, very thin aluminum skin over a kind of skeleton, and if it gave that easily, he might have been able to force his way through. The hatchet. And I get away from the hatchet. He might be able to cut or hack with the hatchet. He might be able to cut or hack it with the hatchet. He reached his belt and pulled the hatchet out. Pulled the hatchet out. Picked the place where the aluminum gave to his push and took an experimental swing at it. The hatchet cut through the aluminum as if it were a soft cheese. He couldn't believe it. 3 more hacks and he had a triangular-sized hole at the end of his hand, and he could see 4 cables that he guessed were the control cables going back into the tail. Then he hit the skin of the plane with the frenzied series of hacks and made a larger opening. And he was bending a piece of aluminum away from 2 aluminum braces of some kind when he dropped the hatchet. It went straight down past his legs. He felt it bump his foot and then go down into the water. And for a second, he couldn't understand what he had done or what had done it. For all this time, all of the living and fighting, the hatchet had been everything. He had always worn it. Without the hatchet, he had nothing. No fire, no tools, no weapons. He was nothing. The hatchet had been him. And he dropped it. Ugh! He yelled it, choked on it, a snarly cry of rage at his own carelessness. The hole in the plane was still too small for anything, and now he didn't have a tool. That was the kind of thing I would have done before, he said to the lake, to the sky, to the trees. When I came here, I would have done that. Not now, not now. Yet, he had hung onto the raft for a moment and felt sorry for himself, for his own stupidity. But as before, the self-pity didn't help, and he knew that he had only one course of action. He had to get the hatchet back. He had to dive in and get it. But how deep was it? In the deep end of the gym pool at school, he had no trouble getting to the bottom, and he was pretty sure, about 11 feet. Here, it was impossible to know the exact depths. The front end of the plane, anchored by the weight of the engine, was obviously at the bottom, but it came back up at an angle, so the water wasn't deep as the plane was long. He pulled himself out of the water so that his chest could expand, took 2 deep breaths, and swiveled and dove, pulling his arms and kicking off the raft bottom with his feet. His feet thrust him down a good 8 feet, but the visibility was only 5 feet beyond that, and he could not see the bottom. He clawed down 6 or 7 more feet, the pressure pushing in his ears until he held his nose and popped them. And just as he ran out of breath, he headed back. He thought he saw the bottom, still 4 feet below his dive. He exploded out of the surface, bumping his head on the side of the elevator when he came up, and took air like a whale, pushing the stale air out and wheezed, taking in new. He would have to go deeper yet and still have time to search while down there. Stupid, he thought once more, cursing himself. Just dumb. He pulled air again and again, pushing his chest out until he could not possibly get any more capacity, and took one more deep lungful, wheeled, and dove again. This time he made an arrow out of his arms and used his legs to push off the bottom of the raft. All he had in his legs to spring, snap, and propel down. As soon as he felt himself slowing a bit, he started raking back with his arms at his sides like paddles and thrusting with his legs like a frog. And this time he was so successful that his face ran into the bottom mud. He shook his head to clear his eyes and looked around. The plane disappeared out and down in front of him. He thought he could see the windows, and that made him think again of the pilot sitting inside, and he forced his thoughts from it. But he could not see the hatchet. Bad air triggers were starting to go off in his brain, and he knew he was limited to seconds. But now he held for a moment and tried moving out a bit, and just as he ran out of air, knew that he was going to have to blow soon, he saw the handle sticking out of the mud. He made one grab, missed, reached again, felt his fingers close on the rubber. He clutched it and in one motion slammed his feet down in the mud and powered himself up. But now his lungs were ready to explode, and he had flashes of color in his brain. Explosions of color, and he would have to take a pull of water, take it in his lungs, and just as he opened his mouth to take it in, to pull in the water in the lake, his head blew out of the surface into the light. It was all a balloon. It was as if a balloon had exploded. Old air blew out of his nose and mouth, and he pulled in again and again. He reached for the side of the craft and hung there, just breathing, until he could think once more of the hatchet clutched and shining in his right hand. All right, the plane. Still the plane. He went back to the hole on the fuselage and began to chop and cut, again, peeling the aluminum skin from in pieces. It was slow going because he was careful, very careful, with the hatchet. But he hacked and pulled until he had very careful with the hatchet. But he hacked and pulled until he had opened a hole large enough to put his head in and his shoulders in and look into the water. It was very dark inside the fuselage, and he could see nothing. Certainly no signs of a survival pack. There were some small pieces and bits of paper floating on the surface inside the plane, dirt from the floor of the plane that had floated up, but nothing substantial. Well, he thought, did you expect it to be easy? So easy that way? Just open her up and get the pack, right? He would have to open it more, much more, so he could poke down inside and see what he could find. The survival pack had been a zippered nylon bag, or perhaps canvas of some kind, and he thought it had been red, or was it gray? Well, that didn't matter. It must have been moved when the plane crashed and might be jammed down under something else. He started chopping again, cutting the aluminum away in small triangles, putting each one on the raft as he chopped. He could never throw anything away again, he thought, because they might be useful later. Bits of metal, fish, arrowheads, or lures, maybe. And when he finally finished again, he had cleaned away the whole side and top of the fuselage that stuck out of the water. It had been cut down into the water as far as he could reach, and the hole must have been as big as he was, except that it was crossed and crisscrossed with aluminum, or it might be steel. He couldn't tell. Braces and formers and cables. It was an awful tangled mess, but after chopping away some braces, there were room for him to wiggle through and get inside. He held back for a moment, uncomfortable with the thought of getting inside the plane, What if the tail settled back and to the bottom and he got caught and couldn't get out? It was a horrible thought. But then he reconsidered. The thing had been up for a few days now, plus a bit, and he had been hammering and climbing on it and it hadn't gone back down. Seemed pretty solid. He eeled in through the cables and formers, wiggling and pulling until he was inside the tail, with his head clear of the surface of the water and his legs down into the angle floor. When he was ready, he took a deep breath and pushed down alongside the floor with his legs, feeling for some kind of fabric or cloth, anything with his bare feet. He touched nothing but the floor plates. Up, a new breath, and then he reached down to the formers underwater and pulled himself beneath the water, his legs pushing down and down almost to the backs of the front seats. And finally, on the left side of the plane, he thought he felt his foot on cloth or canvas. Up for more air, deep breaths, then one more grab at the formers, and pushing as hard as he could, he jammed his feet down and he hit it again. Definitely canvas or heavy nylon. And this time when he pushed his foot, he thought he felt something inside, something hard. It had to be the bag. Driven forward by the crash, it was jammed into the backs of the seats and caught on something. He tried to reach for it and pull it, but it didn't have the air left, and he went up for more. Lungs filled in great gulp. He had shot down again, pulling on the formers until he was almost there. Then wheeling down headfirst, he grabbed the cloth. It was the survival bag. He survived. He was a survival bag. He pulled and tore at it to loosen it, and just as it broke free and his heart leapt to feel the rise, he looked up. Above the bag, in the light coming through the side window, a pale green light from the water, he saw a pilot's head. Only it wasn't the pilot's head any longer. The fish. He'd never really thought of it, but the fish. The fish had been eating all this time. They had to eat too. They had to be at the pilot all this time, almost 2 months nibbling and chewing. And all that remained was the not quite clean skull, and when he looked up, it wobbled loose. Too much, too much. His mind screamed in horror, and he slammed back and was sick in the water, so sick that he choked on it and tried to breathe water and could have ended there. Ended with the pilot where it almost ended when he first arrived, except his legs jerked. It was instinctive, fear more than anything else, fear of what he had seen, but they jerked and pushed, and he was headed up when they jerked, and he shot to the surface. Still inside the birdcage of formers and cables, his head slammed into the bracket, and as he cleared, he reached up to grab it and was free. In the air, hanging up in the tail. He hung that way for several minutes, choking and heaving, gasping for air, fighting to clear the picture of the pilot from his mind. It went slowly. He knew it would never completely leave, but he looked to the shore, and there were trees and birds, and the sun was getting low and golden over his shelter. And when he stopped enough coughing, he could hear the gentle sounds of the peace, the sounds, the birds, and the breeze and the trees. The peace finally came to him, and he settled in his breathing. He was still a long way from being finished, a lot of work to do. The bag was floating next to him, but he had to get it out of the plane and onto the raft and back to shore. He wiggled out through the formers. It seemed harder than when he came in. He pulled the raft around. The bag fought him. It was almost as if it didn't want to leave the plane. He pulled and jerked, and still it wouldn't fit. And at last he had to change the shape of it, rearranging what was inside and pushing and pulling on the edges until he had narrowed it and made it longer. Even when it finally came, it was difficult, and he had to pull it first at one side, then another, an inch at a time, squeezing it through. All of this took some time, and when he finally got the bag out and tied the top of the raft, tied it to the top of the raft, it was nearly dark. He was bone tired from working in the water all day, chilled deep, and still had to push the raft to shore. Many times he thought he would not make it, with the added weight of the bag, which seemed to get heavier by the foot, coupled with the fact that he was getting weaker all the time. The raft seemed barely to move. He kicked and pulled and pushed, taking the shortest way straight back to the shore, hanging to the rest, hanging to rest many times, then surging again and again. It seemed to take forever, and when at last his feet hit bottom and he could push against the mud and slide the raft to the shore to bump against the bank, he was so weak he couldn't stand. Had to crawl, so tired he didn't even notice the mosquitoes that tore into him like an angry cloud. He had done it. That's all he could think now. He had done it. He turned and sat on the bank with his legs in the water and pulled the bag ashore and began the long drag. He couldn't lift it. Back down the shoreline to his shelter. 2 hours, almost three, had dragged. He stumbled in the dark, brushing the mosquitoes away, sometimes on his feet, more often on his knees, finally to drop across the bag and to sleep when he made the sand in front of his doorway. He had done it. And that is the end of chapter 18. Woo! Hooray, Brian! Brian Robeson, he got the survival kit. Hell yeah. Chapter 19. Treasure. Unbelievable riches. He could not believe the contents of the survival pack. The night before he was so numb with exhaustion. He couldn't do anything but sleep. All day in the water tired him so much that in the end he had fallen asleep sitting against the shelter wall, oblivious even to the mosquitoes, to the night, to anything. But with false gray dawn, he had awakened instantly and began to dig in the pack to find amazing, wonderful things. There was a sleeping bag, which he hung to dry over the shelter of the roof on the outside, and foam sleeping pad, and an aluminum cook set with 4 little pots, 2 frying pans. It actually even had a fork and a knife and a spoon, a waterproof container with matches, and 2 small butane lighters, a sheath knife with a compass in the handle, as if the compass would help him, he thought, smiling. A first aid kit with bandages and tubes of antiseptic paste, and small scissors. A cap that said Cessna across the front with enlarged letters. Why a cap? He wondered. It was adjustable and he put it on immediately. A fishing kit with 4 coils of line and a dozen small lures and hooks and sinkers. Incredible wealth. It was like all the holidays in the world, all the birthdays there were. He sat in the sun by the doorway where he had dropped the night before and pulled the presents as he thought of them, out one at a time to examine them. Turn them to light, touch them, and feel them with his hands on his eyes. Something that had at first puzzled him. He pulled what seemed to be a broken off, bulky stock of a rifle. And he was going to put it aside, thinking it might be for something else in the pack, when he shook it and it rattled. After working at it for a moment, he found the butt of the stock came off, and inside there was a barrel and magazine and action assembly with a clip and full box of 50 shells. Oh! It was a .22 survival rifle. He had seen one once in the sporting goods store when he went for bike parts, and the barrel screwed onto the stock. He had never owned a rifle, never fired one, but had seen them on television, of course, and after a few moments figured out how to put it together by screwing the action into the stock, how to load it, and put the clip full of bullets into the action. It was a strange feeling, holding the rifle. It somehow removed him from everything around him. Without the rifle, he had to fit in, to be part of it all, to understand it, to use it, the woods, all of it. With the rifle, suddenly, you didn't have to know. You didn't have to be afraid or understand. You didn't have to get close to a full bird or kill it. You didn't have to know how it would stand if he looked at it and moved off to the side. The rifle changed him. The minute he picked it up, and he wasn't sure he liked the change very much. He set it aside, leaning it carefully against the wall. He could deal with that feeling later. The fire was out, and he used a butane lighter and a piece of birch bark with small twigs to get another one started. Marveling at how easy it was, but the feeling again that the lighter somehow removed him from where he was, what he had to know. With a ready flame, he did not have to know how to make a spark nest, or how to feed the new flames to make them grow. As with the rifle, he wasn't sure he liked the change. Up and down, he thought. The pack was wonderful, but it gave him up and down feeling. With the fire going and sending up black smoke and a steady roar from a pitch-smelling chunk he put on, he turned once more to the pack, rummaging through the food packets. He hadn't brought them out yet because he wanted to save them until last. Glory in them. He came up with a small electronic device completely encased in a plastic bag. At first, he thought it was a radio or cassette player, and he had a surge of hope because he missed music, he missed sounds, he missed hearing another voice. But when he opened the plastic and took the thing out and turned it over, all he could see wasn't a receiver at all. There was a coil of wire held together on the side of tape, and it sprung into a 3-foot long antenna when he took the tape off. No speaker, no lights, just a small switch at the top, and on the bottom, he finally found it in small print. Emergency transmitter. That was it. He turned the switch back and forth a few times, but nothing happened. He couldn't even hear static. So, as with the rifle, he set it aside against the wall and went back to the bag. It was probably ruined in the crash, he thought. Two bars of soap. He had bathed regularly in the lake, but not with soap, and he thought how wonderful it would be to wash his hair, thick with grime and smoke, dirt, frizzled with wind and sun matted with fish and foolbird grease. His hair had grown and stuck and tangled and grown until it was a clumped mess on his head. He could use the scissors from the first aid kit to cut it off, then wash it with soap. And then, finally, the food. It was all freeze-dried in such quantity that he thought, with this I could live forever. Package after package, he took out beef dinner with potatoes, cheese and noodle dinners, spinach, chicken dinners, egg and potato breakfast, fruit mixes, drink mixes, dessert mixes, more dinners and breakfasts than he could count easily. Dozens and dozens of them, all packed in waterproof bags, all in perfect shape. And when he had them all out and laid them against the wall in stacks, he couldn't stand it, and he went through them again. If I'm careful, he thought, they'll last as long as I need them to last. If I'm careful. No, not yet. I won't be careful just yet. First, I'm going to have a feast right here and now. I'm going to cook up a feast and eat until I drop, and then I'll be careful. Okay. He went into the food packs once more and selected what he wanted for his feast. A 4-person beef and potato dinner with orange drink for appetizer, and something called a peach whip for dessert. Just add water, it said on the packaging, and cook for half an hour or so until everything was normal sized and done. Brian went to the lake, got some water into the aluminum pot, and came back to the fire. Just that amazed him, to be able to carry water from fire to the fire in a pot. Such a simple act, and he hadn't been able to do it for almost 2 months. He guessed at the amounts that he and put the beef dinner in and peach dessert on boil. Then went back to the lake and brought water to mix with the orange drink. It was sweet and tangy, almost too sweet, but so good that he didn't drink it fast. Held it in his mouth and let the taste go over his tongue, tickling on the sides, sloshing it back and forth, and down, swallow, and another. That, he thought, that is just fine. Just fine. He got more lake water mixed with another one and drank it fast. Then a third one, and he sat with that near the fire, but looking out across the lake, thinking how rich the smell was from the cooking beef dinner. There was garlic in it, and some other spices and smells that came up to him, and made him think of home, his mother's cooking, the rich smells of the kitchen. And in that precise instant, with his mind full of home and the smell of food filling him, the plane appeared. He had only a moment of warning. There was a tiny drone, but as before, it did not register. Then suddenly, roaring over his head, low and in the back of the ridge a bush plane with floats fairly exploded into his light. It passed directly over him very low, tipping a wing sharper over the tail and of the crash plane into the lake. Cut power glided down the long L of the lake and turned and glided back, touching the water gently once, twice, and settling with a spray to taxi the stop, with its floats gently bumping the beach in front of Brian's shelter. He had not moved. It had all happened so fast that he hadn't moved. He sat with a pot of orange drink still in his hand, staring at the plane, not quite understanding it yet, not quite knowing if it was over. The pilot cut the engine, opened the door, and got out, balanced and stepped forward on the float to hop onto the sand without getting his feet wet. He was wearing sunglasses, and he took them off to stare at Brian. I heard your emergency transmitter. Then I saw the plane when I came over. He trailed off, cocked his head, studying Brian. Damn, you're him, aren't you? You're that kid. They quit looking a month ago. No, almost 2 months ago. You're him, aren't you? You're that kid. Brian was standing now, but still silent, still holding the drink. His tongue seemed to be stuck to the roof of his mouth, and his throat didn't work right. He looked at the pilot and at the plane and down at himself, dirty and ragged, burned and lean and tough, and he coughed to clear his throat. My name is Brian Robeson, he said. And then he saw that his stew was done. The peach whip almost done, and he waved to it with his hand. Would you like something to eat? And that's it. And that's it. And that's it. Okay. And that's how it ends. Okay. You like something to eat? There's an epilogue. We'll read the epilogue. And that's the end of the chapter. Okay. Let's go right into the epilogue. All right, let's get right into the epilogue here. Epilogue. The pilot who landed so subtly in the lake was a fur buyer mapping Cree trapping camps for future buying runs. Drawn by Brian when he unwillingly turned on the emergency transmitter and left it going. The Cree move into camps for fall and winter to trap, and the buyers fly from camp to camp on a regular route. When the pilot rescued Brian, he had been alone on the L-shaped lake for 45 days. He had been alone on the L-shaped lake for 54 days. During that time, he had lost 17% of his body weight. He later gained back 6%, but had virtually no body fat. His body had consumed all extra weight, and he would remain lean and wiry for several years. Many of the changes would prove to be permanent. Brian had gained immensely in his ability to observe what was happening and react to it. That would last him all his life. He had become more thoughtful as well, and from that time on, he would think slowly about something before speaking. Food, all food, even food he did not like, never lost its wonder for him. For years after his rescue, he would find himself stopping in grocery stores just to stare at aisles of food, marveling at the quantity and the variety. There were many questions in his mind about what he had seen and known, and he worked at research when he got back, identifying the game and berries. Gut cherries were termed choke cherries and made good jelly. The nut bushes were the fool birds hid were hazelnut bushes. The two kinds of rabbits were snowshoes and cottontails. The fool birds were ruffled grouse, also called fool hens by trappers for their stupidity. The small food fish were bluegills, sunfish, and perch. The turtle eggs were laid by a snapping turtle, as he thought. The wolves were timber wolves, which are not known to track or bother people. The moose was a moose. There was also the dream. He had many dreams about the lake after he was rescued. The Canadian government sent a team to recover the body of the pilot, and they took reporters who naturally took pictures and film of the whole campsite, the shelter, all of it. For a brief time, the press made much of Brian, and he was interviewed by several networks, but the fervor died within a few months. A writer showed up who wanted to do a book on the complete adventure, as he called it, but he turned out to be a dreamer and it all came to nothing but talk. Still, Brian was given copies and pictures and tape, and still looking at them seemed to trigger the dream. They were not nightmares, none of them were frightening, but he would awaken at times with them. Just awaken and sit up and think of the lake, the forest, the fire at night, the night bird singing, the fish jumping. Sit in the dark, alone, and think of them. And it was not bad, and would not, and never be bad for him. Predictions are, for the most part, ineffective, but it might be interesting to note that had Brian not been rescued when he was, had he been forced to go into a hard fall, perhaps winter, it would have been very tough on him. When the lake froze, he would have lost the fish, and when the snow got deep, he would have had trouble moving at all. Game becomes seemingly plentiful in the fall. It's easier to see with leaves off the brushes. But in the winter, it gets scarce and sometimes simply non existent as predators such as foxes, lynx, wolves, owls, and others sweep through across areas to wipe things out. It is amazing what a single owl can do for a local population, or a ruffed grouse and rabbits, in just a few months. After the initial surprise and happiness from his parents at his being alive, for a week it looked as if they might actually get back together. Things rapidly went back to normal. His father returned to the northern oil fields, where Brian eventually visited him, and his mother stayed in the city, worked at her career in real estate, and continued to see the man in the station wagon. Brian tried several times to tell his father, came really close once to doing it, but in the end, never said a word about the man or what he knew, the secret. I read it in school, and that's how I first heard about it. And here we are today, reading it like 25 years later or whatever. I want to thank everyone that's been here hanging out with me tonight, over on TikTok or on Twitch. Anyone that's lurked, anyone that's joined me. The NCA joined in and said thank you. Everybody that has been around, that's been I've been talking about this stream leading up to it. I'm glad I'm finally done. I'm glad I did it. It was kind of a bit of an effort, but I'm glad it happened, and I'm just grateful. I'm gonna look back at the footage and everything and see how the reading went. We'll get an idea of how people enjoyed it or whatever, and maybe we'll get a little bit of a feedback. But for now, that was a good read. I don't know what else I'll be reading, if I'll be reading. I have no idea. But that went really well, and I did it for a good cause in the end, and so that's the best part about it, is not just doing it just for fun. I'm doing it for a good cause. We got one donation. Thank you. Thanks, King, for the one donation. It doesn't matter in the end. Our entire Fruities and Treppies team has put a great effort forward. Let's get the numbers real quick. So our team together, we went into all of this trying to gain $5,000 for the NCA. As of right now, our team alone has raised $22,356. Our entire Say It Louder event, fundraising event, the Say It Louder event itself has has raised $31,202. So out of $31,000, our group of the Treppies and Fruities have raised $22,000 of that, which is crazy. That's almost all of it, which means that we're all doing a really good job, that everyone has put in a really good effort, and everyone's being very generous and helping a really good cause. And so I appreciate that. Look at us. We're almost at $25,000. That's crazy. I love being a part of something like that. So even though it's a small drop in a big bucket, doesn't matter. We're still part of that bucket. So with that being said, I'm going to be done here. I'm wrapping it up. I want to thank everyone again, one more time. Thank everyone that just popped in and hung out. Everyone that was kind of chilling. I wasn't reading chat all that much or anything because I was reading the book. Take care. Have a nice night. And hopefully I'll see some of you all soon. Bye now. Bye-bye.